long way to go in the second day. We have guys at the gig, which is left with 88 million. I believe they just have one player to take. They have already completed their minimum requirement of 13 players. We have Galacticos, which are left with 1395 million. They have just taken one player. Similar to Pinnacle Panthers, they have a long way to go in the auction. Lethal Lions with 846 million. Space Jam FC with 380 million. We have Winners Win, which has 1025 million. Again, they have just bought two players. Lungi Leverkusen has 575 million left. Ball Roll has 402 million. Ice Engine 848 million. Rookies CF has 586 million left. Uh, Apostles FT Sky has 690 million. Riz FC has 390 million. Choco 11 has 870 million and Bloodlines has 1310 million left. I guess we can start with our first player of the day.
Right, if we can have the first player, please.
It's Dawn 10.
Right, I request the managers to please wait a couple of seconds for the details to be up on the chat before you start bidding, just so you have a clear idea on who you're signing and what the details are. And of course, Dawn being tier 3 starts at 40 million. 40 million. Prashant Sagar at 40 million as well. ARP raises 46. 46. Prashant Sagar 48 million. ARP raises 50 million. Of course, I want to mention that Dawn has played for Phoenix last season and he is available throughout the entire tournament. So that is one good thing that all the managers would look into is availability, of course. Now we have the bid currently at Prashant Sagar with 82 million, 82 million for Prashant Sagar. Dhanush raises 88 million. 88 million. Prashant Sagar raises 92 million. That's a tie. We need a bigger number. Let's bump to 100, guys. Let's kick off strong. Let's bump to 100. Jojo with 100. Jojo with 100 million. Prashant Sagar raises 105. 105. Hussein with 110. Madhi and Prashant raise 115. We need to raise up to 120. We need a tiebreaker. Anyone with a 120? Dhanush raises 120. 120 million. 120 million from Dhanush. Prashant Sagar raises 125. 125 million. Prashant Sagar with 125. 125. Hussein backs out. Hussein backs out from it. Jojo raises 130. 130 million. Again, of course, I need to mention that, looks like Jojo's Cappy comes in the 140. 140 million from Cappy. Cappy with a bid for 140 million. 140 million going once. 140 million going twice. And that is sold. Dawn joins Cappy's team for 140 million. That's the first player of the day, guys.
Yeah, I think that's a great buy for Cappy, getting Dawn at 140 million. The next player is Josefa, if I'm pronouncing that right. Cappy, getting Dawn. So he did not play in the last season. He's a tier 4 player, so the bid starts at 10 million. We have Noobstorm with 10 million.
10 million. Madhi raises to 14 million. 14 million. Hussein raises 20 million. 20 million. 20 million for Huzaifa, I should say. Huzaifa, Sagar raises, Hussein raises 24 million. Mehdi raises 26 million. 26 million. Hussein raises 30 million. 30 million from Hussein. Sagar raises 32 million. Mehdi with the 34. Guys, let's bump up to 40. Come on. Let's go big. Let's bump up to 40 if anyone's going to bid. Sagar raises 36 million. 36 million for Huzaifa. 36 million. 38. Mehdi raises 38 million. 38 million for Uzefa. 38 million. Sagar raises 40 million. 40 million from Sagar for Uzefa. 40 million. 40 million. The timer starts. 40 million from Sagar for Huzefa. 40 million going once. Mehdi comes in with a 42 million. 42 million. And Sagar backs out. Mehdi with the highest bid of 42 million. 42 million going once, twice, and that is sold.
Hey, hello, Samant.
Yes, Faraz, good evening.
Good evening, guys. Apologies for the delay.
It's fine. We just completed our second player of the night.
Cool, cool. That's all.
And next we have
Ahmed
Saqib.
Saqib 14. Okay. Can we please have the details? Okay. Tier 3 player with 100 level can play center back as primary, left back, right back, CDM, CM. And a player from Infernal Dival, so he is pretty active. So we have 40 million with Dhanush Rocks.
40 million. Well, Hussein, I don't think that bid is going to count, but okay. We have a bid from Jojo for 42 million. 42 million. The countdown is on. The countdown is on. Raj and Dhanush raise. We need a raise for 46. We need a raise for 46 as a tiebreaker. Anyone for 46? 46. We need another tiebreaker. Let's go to
So
50.
Jojo has it right now, Dhanush.
Let's go
Okay,
to 50. Let's
48.
go to 50 years. Let's hit 50. Jojo with a bid for 50. Bid for 50 for Sakib. 50 million. Raj raises 52. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go 60 now. I know you guys gonna bid get there anyway, so let's 60.
No, Raj,
Jojo
like.
with a bid for 60. Jojo bid 60 for Sakib. 60 million. Raj is 62. 62 million.
Okay, the auction has auction timer is here.
62 million. I
I
think
think
Jojo's bid comes in after the timer. I think Raj
yeah.
has won the bid with 62 million. Can we have a
Jojo,
confirmation
please
on that?
Jojo, please confirm like if in your screen it was before the timer. Like for us, it's after the timer.
And that is a confirmation. Sakib has been sold to Raj's team for
Cool, cool, Jojo.
62 million.
Okay, we had
And
crazy.
we have crazy.
Okay. Samantha, I can see many new players as well. Like with the addition of new teams like Ice Engine, Barbaro Tuto. Like there are many new players as well. So it's good they are getting
Uh,
chances.
yeah, I have played with Ice Engine for the first half of last season.
Oh wow.
Unfortunately, I had to leave, but well, I'm not going to comment on the quality of players, given my personal opinion.
Yeah,
But
like
I'll just say that
considering
he's a
it
really
was
good
their
striker, and they should consider him.
oh wow. So considering it was their first season, so yeah, like I'm assuming that they will get much better from the next season onwards. So the bid is on 50 right now.
Of course,
As
Milton with a bid for 54. Milton has, is a captain manager for Ice Engine, so it's very evident that he would
wow,
want to.
that's very
Uh,
nice of you informing that to other captains. So
well, there is some information that you cannot miss. That is mind
yeah,
games from the commentator, I should say.
yeah. So
But we have a
that
bid for.
I'm not sure about what Milton will do to you if he have to go more than 100 for this player.
Well, I'm not going to say if that's going to be worth it or not. I'll just leave it up to the bidders.
You,
But right now, the Milton stands at 62 million, 62 million going once, twice, and that is sold. Milton
okay.
signs
So
Crazy
I think
for
I
62 million.
I think a fair price for a player like that. As you are speaking, like he is a decent striker. You have played with him.
That he's a very good striker, but of course, a lot of these players, it all depends on the chemistry and the tactic of
Yeah,
each
yeah,
player.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so Spurs Niyam Asif Bhai is here. He is from Infernal Direwolves. Like I have to see what position he has, but because he can play a lot of positions. So yeah, we are here with Cam, ST. Like honestly speaking, he can nail every position in attack. But I think his best position is in like more of a central and as Cam or a striker. which he
Well,
has.
Hussein,
Yeah.
he's tier one, so the bid starts at 100 million. So that bid
Who
is
don't know
something.
him, guys? He's I show skills. Come on, guys. He led his team to almost to a quarter-final and semi-final for the lead. So come on, okay. So we have a bid for 115. So 120. A
Anas,
very
I
good.
think it's a fair thing to ask these managers to raise up to 50 because I know we are going to hit 200 at the minimum.
No, bro. Like some managers are still sleeping.
Well,
Like they are
some of us are getting
it's
old.
not even like they are just considering about the players who and by coincidentally he is a very good foot player as well. He beated me like around 3-1 or 3-2 in in a rivals game when he met me. Not
Like
saying I'm a very good
currently
player.
happy with the bid for 165 million, 165. The
So
bid
yeah,
was
like he's a very
170.
good and like he's very experienced as well. Like almost two and more than 2 seasons he played for Safa now. Okay, 175. So 175. Okay, I think below 200 is a steal for him, man. Like, come on, guys. Yeah, 180. He's a very good cam and like a very active player. Very good on the mic, vocal. Controls the game, controls the tempo in the with the midfielders. A cam you should always have in your team.
Raz, you're a noob FUT player, man.
Dhanush currently wins a bid, and I think
Thank
the
you,
bid
Adi.
is sold. Niam joins Dhanush's team, which is Lungi Leverkusen, for 190 million.
Wow, that's a very good signing. That's a very very good signing.
So I'm fairly surprised by the lack of managers. Not as many managers bidding
I
for.
think yeah, like I think they gonna save that money and put in mutual funds. Like we'll see what they. Okay, SG Gupta is here. A top centre back. Yeah, a top centre back. Has proven. I don't know why why is his rating 94 because I think he has played a lot of games. Maybe he maybe I think he confused with the player rating and the bot rating. But yeah, like a very like a top centre back you need in your team. He's been playing centre back for 2 or 3 seasons now. I think even more than that. I'm telling the season I have played with him. So 66 right now. Come on, guys. He's a centre back. He is an experienced centre back. Come on. I think we should be in hundreds by now. So any comments, someone on SG Gupta? Like if you have played with him or.
Well, I can't say I've played with him a lot, but from the games that I've played with him, just casual practice sessions with Imperial Falcons, just
Mhm.
filling in from time to time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Of course, what you would get with Jeet is not only just a good, very good defender, but
Mhm.
somebody who can take command of the defense and call out
Yes,
positions.
a very old school center back you'll have in at the back. Like he have all those things. Like he knows what type of line you have to keep against what type of opponent. So like you need such defenders in your team as well who can lead the line as well. So 86 right
Currently,
now.
Prashant
Come on
Sagar with
guys,
86 million.
let's go. Yeah, let's go 100 man. He's a very good centre back, not even a new player or something like that. Okay, so Jojo is 100. Thank you, Jojo. Prashant 105. 110 with Danush. Prashant finally putting some bits. He realized now that he's not playing foot and he have to he need more than 2 players.
Currently, Prashant Sagar with 135 million. 140, Dhanush is 140. Come on, I think we can hit 150. I think it's
Yeah.
fair to say you guys want him. Let's hit 150. Let's get him committed fairly.
I'll be very honest. I'm not hyping any I'm not overhyping any players. Like I think more than like a 180, 190 or 200 again. Like is a fair price for him. Like he's a very good centre back.
Like I said, you're not just getting a good defender, you're getting somebody that's
Yeah, yeah,
getting a
man.
voice
Like
chat.
like it's not even about the voice chat. It's about his experience of the game as well.
And currently, Dhanush winning the bid with 155 million, 155 million, going once, twice, and that is
Uh,
sold. Another
Raj,
good
you can
signing by Dhanush.
actually communicate with Uni for this. Like I can't I have to check the whole thing for this. So you can just DM Uni. Uni, please communicate with Raj. He has some issues.
I would say right now, Dhanush's team is looking pretty good. Really, really good.
Dhanush
He's
has
done,
like
yeah,
Dhanush. Yeah, Dhanush
yeah,
wants
sorry,
to
go ahead.
just. Yes, so I am saying like Dhanush. I think last two plays right. Even he got it. So I think he is making a pretty decent team right now. Some like not very high. Like I see many players of like 200 and 250 million. So I think he's making a decent team out of it.
Yeah, Dhanush, keep in mind that he still needs a lot of players and his budget is
Yep.
only around 230 million.
Yes.
So that is, you need a minimum number of players of 13. Next, we have Jahan, who, as you can see, plays at cam, striker, and the wing position.
If
That's a
if
tier 4, which is
if
pretty
One
good.
I'm
one doubt. What's the rating for him?
Uh,
uh,
He hasn't
is-
mentioned it.
he hasn't mentioned the rating, bro.
Oh,
But like I think
No, it's
I
on
know.
level one. It's on level one.
Yeah, it's a level one, and I think he's a like he's a player from the foot community, and he has started playing pro clubs now. I know him from the Saki group, or noob or some other noob storm group, but I know this guy. He's a very good player from the foot.
the bid from Hussein at 44 million, 44 million for Jahan, 44 million from Hussein.
Come
Noobstorm
on,
is
guys, come
raising
on,
46 million.
tier four player. Like if you can get him for like less than 100, he's a steal.
Prashant Sagar with 50 million, 50 million, 50 million from Prashant Sagar. 50 million. I think we are going to have a raise. We have a raise. Hussein raises 52 million.
I'm I'm
Prashant
sorry.
Sagar raises
I'm
54
sorry,
million as well.
Samant. I'm sorry, Samant. Like I joined a bit late. Can you tell me? Can you help me with like for whom Hussein is bidding?
Hussein, I think we'll need to check that once.
oh, Sahib.
Sahib. Okay, cool.
Okay, Hussein with a bid for 62 million, 62 million.
Oh, that's
Jams
Jam.
raises
Okay.
64 million. Oh, Jams, okay. I
Yeah,
wasn't,
that's Jam.
I wasn't familiar. It was Jams.
Yeah.
Jams
Okay.
raised 68 million currently.
So Jams knows like all the good foot players. So he knows like what player he is going after.
Well, I'll be playing with him soon for Saib's
Yeah,
team.
like
Currently,
I really like how manager not keeping it like allowing managers to take anyone like easily. Like Jams might have thought like he is tier four and he's on level one, so many managers might give up on him. But again, like he is 74 right now and right now 80, and
80 million some with a high bid for 80 million, 80 million, 80 million going once, 80 million going twice, and that is sold.
okay, so it goes to Noobstorm, to Sumer, and I think a very good signing. Like for 80 million, if I have to check with his availability and everything because he is like not very active in the pro clubs. But again, if Sumer can like get him to practice and play pro clubs more, I think he's a very good player. And for 80 million, it's a very good signing.
Next, we have Deep, of course, is a very well known player in the community.
Okay, the BSG. Okay, cool.
Deep starts at tier 3, which is, of course, starting bid of 40 million. ERP already raises it 40 million. I would request the managers to wait for the details to come into the chat
Yeah,
and
guys.
then start bidding.
Because yeah, like for you, the timer is on in the real time, but for the YouTube stream, like it's like 2 or like 5 seconds delay. So just keep it.
Currently,
With that.
ARP has a bid for 52 million, 52 million from ARP, 52 million for Deep.
Come on, guys! Like he's a like I honestly speaking, I have seen him playing more of STs, striker. But if he has put CDM CM as primary, then he might be good at it as well. But again, a very good player. I've seen him playing like on a regular basis with Infernal Diabols. He comes for like almost all the practice sessions. Tier 3 player, so he
Hello,
is
hello,
right now
Chamber
going
bro.
for
Welcome to the
66.
stream.
And yeah, like he has like
Parang welcome.
of course like he has put CDM CM, but I can like you can take my word for it. Like he's a decent striker. Like he can score goals for you as well if you want him to. Does all the Yep, does all the flare passes inside the box, all those extra passes, a proper fox in the box. So you can go for it again. So Adi, can you check like whose mic is this?
Rasio.
Uh,
మీకు బ్యాన్ నేను పెన్నాను
Rasio requested to please unmute yourself.
can you deafen him like by any chance? Okay, okay. Thank
I
you,
have muted him.
thank you, thank you.
Right, Mehdi wins bid. Mehdi wins a bid for Deep for 96 million.
96. Okay. Okay, like I think Mehdi is very familiar with the player as well, like from the BD league, if I'm not wrong. So a good signing for him as well for 96. A versatile player.
Right, next we have T-Bag. T-Bag is plays, I think, primarily as a striker or somewhere in the attack.
Okay, so he has CDM, CM. Okay, from Silthlin. Okay, so this is a new team. T-Bag, of course, I have heard his name as well. 100 level player. Plays
Of course,
CDM,
T-Bag starts at
CM.
DRB, which is 40 million. The bid starts at 40 million. Okay, Mukesh opens a bid at 40 million. Mukesh with a bid for 40 million for T-Bag. 40 million. Anyone, any more bids we have for T-Bag?
Sagar is here.
Sagar raises 42 million. 42 million from Sagar.
Come on, I think we can start the timer, yeah. Like,
Sagar with a bid for 42 million going once, twice, and that is sold.
that is sold. That is sold, Mukesh.
Honestly, if I'm being honest, having played with T-Bag for the last 2 weeks,
Yeah, like
almost
I've heard
every week,
about him. I've heard about him, and I
this
think he
is
was.
probably a better deal than signing Sean. If I'm being honest, I don't want to put Sean down, but this is better value for money. I would say at the same level at least.
Yep. Like I know like he had some goal of the tournaments and in the list as well, like last season. So Crip CR7 again a very experienced player with APX. So can play striker. Like I think many people knows him as of now. So it's 44, 46, 50 is the highest right now with Jams. Kesh is typing. I think we can start the timer. Uh,
Currently, we have a bid from Jams for 58 million. 58 million. Dhanush is 60. I think we need a raise again. We need a raise again.
60. Dhanush.
Currently, at tie
Dhanush holds
60.
it. Come on, guys.
Jams
Let's
raises
speed
68.
up.
68 million from Jams. Jams with a raise for 68 million. Dhanush raises 70. 70 million for Crip. 70 million from Dhanush. ARP raises 72. 72 million. 72 million. Any more bids? Jams raises 74. 74 million. 74 million from Jams. ARP raises 76. Guys, let's hit 80. Let's hit 80. Come on, I know you're going to get there
No,
anyway.
he's a good striker. He's a very good striker. Like he plays with a like 5'7" or 5'8" build, like a very agile bro. So I think the player goes to
Jams
Jam.
bid for 78. We'll have to check if Dhanush's bid is going to stand. Can we get a
No,
confirmation on that?
I think it went to Jams.
Auctioneer, can we get a confirmation on that?
Okay.
Okay, the Dhanush's bid will not stand, and Crip signs for Saib's team
Sahib team.
for 76
Toko 11.
million.
The sticker of the team going viral. Chat's clean, like only regarding the auction. Reactions and everything are fine. So we have Anurag, right?
Yes, next we have Anurag. Anurag, of course, currently starts
Oh
at
my
team
god,
2.
like, what a player he is. What a player he is. Like one of the best wide mids, I'll say, like an attacking wide mid.
And of
He
course,
like
Anurag, as per our information, he is available throughout the whole tournament. So that is a positive that all the managers
he
want to keep in mind.
yep. Like literally, like he loves to take on the defenders, and like I've seen him like being successful in like from like a 9 out of 10 times. So he is a very good wide mid. Like only drawback is he plays with a very ugly bot face. So if you want to keep that in mind, but again, a
Oh,
very good
if I say
player.
something about appearances, it's going to be pot calling kettle black, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, let's not get.
Currently, we have a bid from Prashant Sagar at 195. ERP and Prashant fighting it out. 195 from Prashant Sagar. 195. Do you have a raise? Do we have a raise?
Come on, guys. Like, if
Let's
you're
count the
planning
accounts.
to, yeah, if you're planning to
Milton
play,
raises
yeah,
200. Milton with a bid for 200 million. 200 million from
100%.
Milton.
I think it's easy 300 for this guy. He's a out and out wide mid, like an attacking wide mid who can
Milton
score
raises
goals.
220 million. Prashant Sagar raises 225 million. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 225 million. 225 million. Do we have any more raises? Any more raises? Milton raises another 10, 235 million from Milton. Prashant challenges again 240 million. 240 million. Any more raises? Milton challenges 245. Prashant Sagar yet again. Let's bump it up to 280. Anyone with a 280? Let's hit big numbers now. Anyone with 280? Can we see a big number now? Milton with a bid for 255 million. 255 million going once, 255 million going twice, and that is sold. Anurag joins Milton's team for 255 million.
This is a very good deal, man. This is a very good deal. Like, I thought like Prashant might go after him, but again, like Milton gets his white mid, like a very good white mid.
You know,
Congrats.
Imtiaz is like, thank you for the opportunity.
Right, next we have PC. Okay. PC, of course, played with Blitzkrieg last season and is available throughout the entire tournament. The details will be up in a second. Right, and his bidding will start at tier 2, which is of course 70 million, but ARP straight away raises to 150. Do we have any higher bids? Currently, we
Okay,
stand
so
at
this is
ARP
okay.
bid for 150 million.
So this is AK Samant, like the Blitz boy again. Again, like he's a very good center back. He proved himself last season only, and hence he was signed by Blitz. So again, right now he's going on 185. Prashant, I think you meant that.
185 Jams raises 200 million. 200 million from
Come
Jams.
on, guys, he played alongside with Vansh Akar, so you know what's the quality he holds, and I think uh, I think he
Jams
should
raises
go
240,
above
240
300.
million. That's a big raise right away to 240 million.
I
Prashant
think he
Sagar
should
raises
go above
235,
40. I think he
235.
should go above 300.
Jams raises 250 million. 255. Prashant Sagar raises 255 million. 255. 255, 260, 265. Prashant Sagar raises 255, 265 yet again. 265, 265. 265, 265, and that is sold. AK joins Prashant Sagar's team for
So
265
Prashant
million.
finally gets his second player. Yeah, and that's a very good signing. It's a very good signing. Top class center back. You should have a top tier center back in your team, so he can actually make your defense look more experienced in terms of gameplay. Bhavkaran Kohli.
Well, just a couple of seconds, you'll have the details on the screen. Bhavkaran Kohli currently at tier 4.
So a tier 4 player. So I think he is very very new to the pro clubs. Can play center back. Like his primary center back, willing to try a new position. I think bits are in multiples of 2 at 10 million. So I think he's a good deal if you can get him under 50. It's 24 right now with the ARP.
Of course, Bhavkaran has informed us that he's available throughout the whole tournament. So that is another thing to keep in mind. For us, these are the kind of players that are going to help your team on the long run, because yes, you will have your high bid players above 200, 300 million, but if you're able to sign quality players, maybe unknown players for less than 50, and that is a team in the making.
100%, absolutely, bro. These are the players which will make your squad like a very good, like a 14-player squad is something which you will want in a draft tournament, because draft tournament, like we say, like it's type of mini tournament, but it's actually not. It's a proper tournament of 14 teams and like a 7-7 of two groups, and that way. So we have to
And
be.
Prashant Sagar wins this bid as well for with 52 million for Bhavkaran.
Okay, so if Prashant has gone for him, then he knows his availability and everything. So that's good for him. So someone like Prashant. Okay, so we have nearby winner Vishal, one of the most experienced player in pro clubs. A top I don't know what his tier is
No,
right.
Vishal obviously starts at I think tier two, but Vishal has mentioned that he's only partially available through the tournament. So just to inform the managers.
So I think that's a risk a manager has to take. But again, he's a very good player. Everyone is aware about his quality. Like if you so the bid starts from 70, right?
Yes, tier two bid starts at 70 million.
Yeah.
But again, just to repeat and inform the managers that Vishal has informed that he will only be partially available through the tournament.
Okay.
Currently, ARP with a bid for 80 million, 80 million for Vishal from ARP. Rajat is 82 million. 82
Raj
million,
knows him.
ARP raises 86
Yeah,
million,
I think
86 million.
I think only few managers knows him pretty well. Like he has been like a very decisive player in IPCLs. Like his gaming sense is really good. Like at wings, he those first touches of his like he's busy these days. But I think if he has registered, then he will come for a few matches as well.
That ARP raises 96 million. Raj raises another raise 98 million, 98 million from Raj. ARP raises 105 million.
Okay,
ARP
so
with a bid for 105 million. Do we have any
someone
more raises? Raj
someone
raises.
like you can see
Yes,
that people actually have this knowledge like even for a partially available player, but they know the quality he holds, right?
of course, if partially available, if you're able to get a 200, 300 million player for half the price, that's still partially available. You're
Yeah.
still getting your
Mhm.
money's worth. So, although
Like
it's
if you're
possible,
getting
it would be a good signing.
I'll say it straight on the face, like if he goes like below 150 and if he plays
And I
like
think
half
that
of
is the deal done. ARP signs Vishal
the,
for 130 million.
so 130 million. So again, like if even if he plays half of the league games, I think that's still a steal, man. Kitra Kumar.
Well, I
So
just want to confirm we had a Khitra yesterday as well. Just to
okay.
confirm,
Yes, I think we had. Adi, can you please check?
Is this the same player? Tier 4?
Yep,
yeah, we
yep,
had
yep,
a
yep.
Khitra Kumar yesterday as well. So I
Okay,
just want to confirm.
yeah. Okay, he's a double entry. Okay,
Okay, Raj has mentioned that he has already signed him. That's a double entry. So
In that
we'll
case.
move on to the next player.
but trust me, Raj would have taken two Kitra Kumar if he had a choice. So Ravenclaw. So Ravenclaw, tier 4 player again. The best star at 10 million.
Ravenclaw, of course, starts at tier 4, 10 million.
Maya
Do we have any
Prakash.
opening bids?
I see like it's been a long time. I've seen. Okay, he's not typing now. GG's Maya.
Well, Maya Prakash opens the bid for 10 million. 10 million. ARP raises 12 million. 12 million.
12 million with ARP. Guy at the gig.
Of course, I need to mention Ravenclaw has mentioned to us that he is only partially available, and he has told us that he's a creative, pure attacking minded midfielder. But he
Okay.
is partially available. So before any more bids, the managers want to keep that in mind. ARP with the current bid for 16 million. Maya Prakash raises 18 million, 18 million. Do we have any more raises? Maya Prakash with a bid for 18 million for Ravenclaw. 18 million going once, going twice, and that is sold.
So Maya starting the bid and ending it. And again, like a player for 18 million, I think that's the lowest, if I'm not wrong.
No, I think we've had a player being sold for 10 million
Okay.
with an opening bid.
But again, like if like I don't know if Maya is able to get him like for half of the game, if even if it's partially available for 18 million, that's a steal.
Next, we have Ben the Knee. We have details on the screen.
Oh
Ben the
yes.
Knee, he
Again,
is 700. As you can see, he plays in the midfield and the attacking positions.
so a tier 4 player again. So come on guys, this is your chance to fill up your squad with all these tier 4 players. like teams like Milton. I think he like they should go for these players like where the budget is tight. On the other hand, I'm waiting for Sumer. Sumer is waiting for all the big guns from the next set.
And Bendani has informed us, just when we asked them for how would you describe yourself as a player, and Bendani has mentioned that he can play pretty much anywhere on the field. So if any manager is looking for a very versatile player who just who wants a Milner or a Gareth Barry style of player, maybe there's somebody you want to consider.
Uh,
Mukesh with a high bid for 48.
so he
44,
is
Maya Prakash raises 48 million.
so nice. Yeah, someone you actually just added 10 million for him with that description.
Well, sometimes I do bring players down at no fault of my own, of course. Some players we do raise.
So it's
Mukesh with the
54.
current bid for 54 million. Maya Prakash raises 56, but we will have to see if that bid stands. It looks like the bid is going to stand. Maya Prakash with a bid for 56 million, and that is sold. Bendani stands
Auction
for.
auction like you have to check it again.
Okay, it doesn't look like that bid is going to
Okay,
count.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think
I think
Mukesh
he
stands the bid.
considered the first timer, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, so it goes with the
Just to go back, guys, just to inform you guys that Bendani will be joining Mukesh's team for 54 million. Maya Prakash's 56 came in a little too late.
I see what Maya is doing now. He's trying to get to fill up his squad with all these TFO players, which is smart. So he can focus on the big guns later on.
And the next player we have is
Drizzy.
Drizzy.
Okay, so the Pancho is here. Again, a very good friend of mine and a very good player.
Drizzy, of course, plays at Cam, and he
Yes,
played
he's
with Blitz
recently,
Academy last
yeah,
season.
that's a very important player for them. I can say that. Like he is a player who take charges. Like he instructs the things and everything. Okay, Maya has shared something. Uh, we'll do this after this bit. Maya, like we'll just complete this bit. Okay, we'll check that.
Right now, currently we have a bid for Mehdi with a bid for 54 million, 54 million for Drizzy from
Okay,
Mehdi.
come on, guys, a very good cam.
54 million, 54 million. Dhanush is 56 million. ARP with a straight raise, 70 million, 70 million.
Yeah.
Big Noob Storm raises another 10, 80 million, 80 million. Do we have another raise? Let's say 90, guys. Do we see a 90? Do we see a 90? Jams, guys, if there's any confusion, we'll get back to that during the break. But right now, let's
Yeah.
focus on the player at hand. Noob Storm with the bid for 80 million. 80 million. Guys,
After
again,
this,
I would
yeah,
request you guys to focus on the player at hand right now. Any
yeah,
confusion will be
we
sorted
will
during the
take our
break
time.
or after the
We'll
break.
take the time after this player.
Noobstorm with a bid for 80 million for Drizzy. Currently, Noobstorm with a bid for 80 million. Do we have any raise? Noobstorm with a bid for 80 million, 80 million. And I think that is sold.
That is a steal. Thanks to Mukesh and Maya for diverting the attention of the players, and that's a steal on 80 million. Okay, like Adi, I think we can look at the issue now. Or if Uni is there, like Uni, can you please let us know?
Yeah, let's start the bid again for that player.
Okay, the last bit was
Okay, I think the previous bid was for Bendani. I think we'll have to do this bid once again.
it
Bendani,
was
of course,
50,
I think
50,
starts at 10 million if I'm not wrong.
no, I think it starts with 54, right? Like
Yeah, I think it's safe to say let's start a bid at 50 million because
yeah,
I
yeah.
think that is a decent number to start at. For
No, no,
Bendani, we are going to.
let's start from 54. Like I think that was the highest bid, and I think we should go with that because 56 was the bid which was cancelled, right? So my is with 56.
56 million for Bendani. Mukesh raises 58 million. 58 Maya raises 60 million, 60 million for Bendani from Maya. Mukesh raises 62. Can we see a 70? Come on, if you guys are gonna bid, let's bid a 70. Let's see a big number then. Maya is 66 million from Maya for Bendani. 66 million. 66 million. I think that's a countdown. Mukesh is 68 million. Maya is 70 million. and Mukesh backs out, and I think that is a deal done. Maya Prakash signs a player for 70 million. Bandhani joins Maya Prakash's team.
Okay.
I would recommend the managers not to wait at the very last second. If
And
you have some internet connections,
like
please have that fixed.
a very humble request, guys. Like, don't send all these screenshots in this chat. Like, you can directly DM me or Uni. Like, we will respond to you as soon as possible.
Next, we have
So we
Blanco,
have
of course,
Blanco.
who joined us for commentary yesterday, is not here with us. Or is he? I don't think so, right?
Okay, so lost Blanco's boy, recently known as Mr. Blanco. So come on, guys, a tier one top cam. Like, he has been ruling the he's been ruling that cam position since like a couple of seasons now. A very good ball holding midfielder. Like, he can like convert your like he can just in like few passes he can convert defense into attack. So okay, so it's 110 right now. Okay,
But
I
I
think
think
the
that
bid is
is a
come.
bit done. Prashant Sagar with the
That's a
bid
bit
for
done.
It's
110.
done, it's done. Yes, true.
Bye.
We need a confirmation on this if the
इसको म्यूट
managers.
करे यार आदि
प्रशांत इतना खुश.
को म्यूट करे.
I know, Prashant, you're happy, but we need a confirmation from the auctioneer, of course. And that is a confirmation. Blanco signs for Prashant's team for 110 million. Probably the biggest steal of the auction, wouldn't you say, for us?
I am shocked, bro. Like, I have no words right now. Honestly speaking, we didn't even got a chance to say things about him. Like again, but again, like to see on the brighter side for 110 million, a great signing.
Next, we have A Girl Is No One, which is, of course, Nav the Hunter.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Like, I want to see how managers react to this one.
And of course, Nav has mentioned that he can play pretty much every position. Every position. So that is something the player, managers want to keep in mind. We but
For
starting
some
bids at 40
reason,
million.
he has put GK as his primary. So I don't know because I have seen him playing like a lot of position better than GK at least. But maybe because he is actually too good in all the positions. So 90 right now, 100, 100,
Prashant Sagar raises 120 million, 120 million. Mehdi raises 125, 125 million. 125. We have a raise 140. We need a raise for tiebreaker 145. Yes, we have a 125 from Mehdi 145. Prashant Sagar raises 170, 170 million, 170 million, 170 million for now. 170. Whose Jams raise 180, 180 million, 180 million from Jams. Prashant Sagar raises 185, 185. 185. Do we have another raise? Do we have another raise? 180 million, 185 million from Prashant Sagar for Nav the Hunter. And going once, twice, and that is sold. There is a bet coming in after the countdown, and I don't think that is going to start. That is going to stand. Nav the Hunter joins Prashant Sagar's team for 185 million.
Prashant is smoking. Prashant तो अनिकेत खुल्ला. Bro, what is that shit?
I would request the managers to please mute yourself.
Obviously, phone and mute, unmute anything from the phone.
Brother, can mute with the link.
Hello? Name me Taco. Matego.
I would request again, guys, I would please hold off on the bidding. Please mute yourself. Please make sure that you're staying muted. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Joker. Joker, of course, as you can see, is level 100, plays in the midfield. Is with
Okay,
tier
D
3
Joker.
signs at 40 million, tier 3.
Okay, a player from Phoenix and Blue Tigers. He is tier 3 right now, a 100 level player with CDM CM. So the bid is right now at 52.
Well, Joker has mentioned that he's Fellaini incarnate. So if there's any
Okay,
Jose
you should have
Mourinho
not.
in the managers, it's time to prove that you're Jose Mourinho.
Can like ARB? Can you inform Rezu in if possible? And why?
Currently, we have Milton with a bid for 68 million. 68 million from Milton for Joker. 68 million. 68 million. The countdown is on. 68 million from Milton for Joker. 68 million going once, twice, and that is sold. Joker joins Milton's team for 68
Announce- uh,
million.
Someone by announcing that description, you reduce his price to 10 million this time. So that's
The description being, sorry?
yeah. Because of this that description, I think you reduce his price to 10 million this time.
Well, I can't blame that nobody wants to be the next Jose Mourinho, so that's not on me.
Mahesh Kalyan, okay. Our very own Mahesh Babu is here. So let the bids flowing, guys. Like, come on, if there is a goalkeeper who is worth more than 300 million, it has to be him.
But I think we can straight away raise to 150, isn't that right?
No,
I
I
think
think
that's a
go
fair
to 200.
price to start
No,
at 150
I
right away.
think no, nothing less than 300, man.
We have a bid from Prashant Sagar, 150 million, 150 million. Noops on 140 will not count, of course. Jojo raises straight away to 200 million.
Man,
Jojo with a bid for
guys,
200
come on.
million.
He can like literally win you game single handedly. Trust me. Like you don't even have to buy a defender. One you can play with one less defender if you have it.
Prashant Sagar with a bid for 205, 205 million. 205 million, 205 million going once. Oh, Jojo breaks it. 215, 215. Prashant Sagar raises 215, 215 million, 215 million. 215 million going once,
Come on,
215
come on.
million going twice, and that is sold.
Okay, so I can see Prashant Ming again a Poyo's there. But again, like he gets the he's getting all his players and all the managers are sleeping and letting him make his dream team. Like
And of course, for us, we've discussed this yesterday as well. I think I discussed with Blanco, which is you want a good goalkeeper. That is the first position you want to fill up
yeah,
right away.
like only for ARP I can understand it, but like for other managers, like there are very few goalkeepers. So we have okay a player from Blitz. Like he is a very good player. He is from England, but I think for him the ping doesn't matter because he is so good. So the best start at 100 center back.
100, we have a race to 3, 130, 130. We need a tiebreaker, 135, 135 million. We need another tiebreaker. Raj raises 150, 150 million currently. Prashant Sagar raises 160, 160 million from Prashant Sagar. 160, 165, 165 million, 165. Raj raises 160, 175, 175, 175. Guys, we need, let's see 200. Let's see 200. Come on, let's bring the big bucks. Let's see 200. ARP currently at 190, 190 leading the race. Prashant Sagar 195, 195. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 195, 195, 195 million. 195 million going once. Noob Som comes with a bid for 200, 200 million. 200 million, 200 million. 200 million going once, 200 million going twice, and that is sold. For us, I think that is a really good signing for a really good amount.
I think the only hesitation managers had with his like location and the ping wise, but like I have seen him playing like for seasons now, and it doesn't actually matter for him.
Well, if you can play with that ping and still reach two finals in a season, I don't
Yeah,
see what the
that
problem
is
is.
a very responsible player for Blitz. So we have Demolisher. Okay, guys, come on.
Because
Okay,
being
we
tier 2
start
is
with
such a, but we have a
I don't
straight
want to
race
say
straight
on to
away.
200. Okay, we see 200 already. 205. Let's go 300, guys. Come on.
240, we have Prashant Sagar with a bid for 240, 240
Like
million.
carried Cruyff to in the cup. Like he scored in every knockout game for the cup. Like almost like a 10 to 11 goals in like 6 games of cup, and like again like 20 to 20 goals in league and like 15 assists. Like he
Comes with
was
a current bid of 330 million, and that
so
is sold.
330. So
So
again, like
that,
I think it was a quick bid, but like I think he gets worth.
I think you're getting exactly what you're paying for, and that is a pretty fair price, wouldn't you say, for us?
Yeah, like I feel like managers can be bit more like they should try to at least let other managers spend more. But again, like they everyone is letting their respective player like they are okay to have any player they want to have.
Choco 11, right?
Choco 11, yeah. He is the owner of that name. So Rich Resistor.
Okay, next we have Rich Register, who has not provided us with a lot of details. He has just mentioned his positions, which is center back, striker, and the wings. Starts at tier 4, which is, of course,
Just a second,
solid.
Samant, I have to.
Right, currently we have a bid from Danush at 30 million, 30 million, 30 million. Mukesh raises 40, 40 million. Mukesh with a bid for 40 million, 40 million. ARP raises 46, 46 million. ARP with a bid for 46 million for Rich Resistor. Just gonna call him Rich. Dhanush raises 60 million, 60 million for Rich. ARP raises 62, 62 million, 62 million. 64, Dhanush raises 64, 64
So
million.
wow, there's a 64 for Rich
ARP raises
Resistor.
70,
So
70 million,
70
70
from
million.
ARP.
Dhanush raises 72, 72 million. Mukesh raises 76, 76 million. Well, let's hit 80. Let's hit
Hello,
80.
Samant.
Yes, for us.
Is it just me or like your voice is very low, Adi?
It's good for me.
Okay, okay, then I think it's something up
Maybe
with me.
the input volume.
Okay, just give me a second. Like I think it's
Sure. I think there is a countdown. Could we get a confirmation on this? Mukesh's bid will not stand. Rich will join Dhanush's team for 78 million. The next player we have is Ram Ganesh. Next we have well, Mukesh. Yet again, I would recommend that you instead of type. Can the auctioneer, could you get into this matter, please, before we begin with the next bit?
Yeah, let's just wait for a minute. Mukesh, if you can provide the screenshot. Yeah, can we please restart the bid?
Okay, the bid was previously at 78 million, so we'll begin the bid at 78 million. For Rich, 78 million. Dhanush raises 82, 82 million. 82 million from Dhanush. Mukesh raises 84, 84 million. 84 million. Dhanush raises 86, 86 million. 86 million. In the meantime, I want to please remind the managers that there will be a break. There will be a break that will be coming up. So in that break, please have your networks fixed, because if we have regular occurrences with the screenshots and everything, it's going to be very late into the night while we finish all the players. So please, I would recommend checking into that. Dhanush with a high bid for 92, 92 million. Mukesh backs out, and that is sold. Dhanush signs Rich for 92 million.
Just a reminder for Dhanush, you only have 138 million left.
and he
Oh,
needs four players.
five, 1, 2, 3,
13,
four
right?
players. Correct. 4 players minimum.
Can you share the balance for all players?
Yes, it's already mentioned in the on the screen.
Well, could we get a just a quick recap on the new player that we put on hold? Yes, we have Ram Ganesh next. Can we have his details on screen in the chat? Ram
Okay,
Ganesh's bid
guys. So
starts at tier 3, which is of course 40 million. Any opening bids?
again, a 100 level player, guys. Come on, no sleep on him. He's a tier 3 player from APX. Uh, can play LM, RM, like wide mids, striker, proper attacking winger if you need. So 40 million with Mehdi Islam right now. Okay, so Mehdi is about to get him for 40. Okay, and he
And the
gets it.
first bid goes Mehdi signs Ram Ganesh for 40 million. The next player we have is Karthik 97.
Okay.
Karthik 97, of course, I think if I remember correctly, has played with Ice Engine last season. I've played with him previously. And he starts at tier
Okay,
3,
and you are right.
costs 40 million.
Okay, so primarily a goalkeeper, CDM, CM, and striker. So the bids are in multiples of 2 right now. Interesting player, like with a 100 level board and a goalkeeper. Everyone
Well,
needs
he
a
has mentioned
goalkeeper.
that he's available throughout the whole tournament. So that
Yes,
is something that all the managers would want to keep in mind as well. Pretty versatile player.
if he has mentioned like goalkeeper, then I think manager should go for him, man. A very good player.
Currently, we have Mehdi with 64 million, 64 million from Mehdi for Karthik, 64 million. Jojo comes in with a bid for 66, 66 million. Jojo with a bid for 66, 66 million. 66 million from Jojo. Mehdi raises 68, 68 million. Mehdi raises 68, 68 million. Jojo raises 70, 70 million, 70 million from Jojo's. Mehdi raises 60, 72, 72 million. 72 million for Karthik, 72, 74. Jojo raises 74. 74 million. Mehdi raises 76, 76. Do we see an 80? Do we see an 80? Do we see an 80? 70, 78. Jojo raises 78 million, 78 million. Mehdi raises 80, 80 million, 80 million for Karthik from Mehdi. 80 million. 80, 80. Jojo raises 82, 82 million, 82 million. 82 million from Jojo for Karthik 97. 82, 84, 84. Mehdi raises 84 million, 84 million. 84 million. Jojo raises 86, 86 million. 86 million, and the countdown is on. Countdown is on. Jojo with a bid for 86, 86 million, and that is sold. Jojo signs Karthik 97 for 86 million. Next, we have Root. Root, of course.
We have root 0.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Come back.
What a absolute beast he is at goalkeeper. Like everyone, like he comes for like very less games, but he has his impact. He has that aura at goalkeeper, man. I have to
Well,
say
he
this.
did mention that he's available throughout the whole tournament.
Oh my god!
So,
Like come on, like all like easily a 200 million goalkeeper. I see that easily, man. Like he like I feel like he's using some hacks or something. Sometimes like the saves he do.
well, you just outed him in front of the whole world. Mary with a bid for 72 million, 72 million for Root from Jams raises 76, 76 million, 76 million. Noobstorm raises 80, 80 million. Mehdi raises 82, 82
I
million.
think this is the last goalkeeper like in the top tier list. I guess. Yeah, like I don't know if SV and all Selva are still yet to come. I think Selva is done.
No, I think SV has already been sold.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like I was not a part of that auction, so.
Yeah, so
But
of course,
again, so
Root
in that
is
case, in that case, like this makes him like almost like few of last goalkeepers we have. So come on, guys, 110, 112. Come on, Cappy.
of course, I want to remind everyone that after 100 million, it's an increment of 5. So
Yes,
please
so
keep that in
115
mind.
it is. 115 it is. Okay. So Cappy is going for him. Wow.
Cappy,
I
115 million. And that
okay.
is a countdown. Could we get a confirmation on
No,
that?
I think it's done with Cappy. I think Sai Mama was pretty late.
Okay, and that is not going to
Till
count.
Sai Mama, like you can show us the screenshot in case. But again, what a signing for by Cappy. Like he was signing all this time, but again, he comes with the signing he wants.
Well, that is a confirmation. Root signs for Cappy's team for 115 million.
Okay, Dean Company in the Dean Company in caps. Okay, they're the same player card. Okay, so I think his name is he's Joseph. It's like a very experienced pro club player. Okay, he likes to play in attack. I've played with him in like many draft tournaments and thing. He's a very good player. He listens to you. He knows what to do. So I think yeah, a tier 3 player with 40 million. I think people should go for him. So 42 with ARP.
And of course, he plays with Blue Tiger, who are known to have regular practices. So there's a player that will be available regularly. He will be
Hundred
attending all the
percent,
sessions.
100%. Like he was in my draft team as well last time, and he was pretty much available for all the games.
And that is a bidding done for us.
Yep.
ARP signs Joseph for just 42 million.
Yes, I think everyone in attack, like everyone, is now just waiting for all the big guns. Like this is what I'm expecting, but let's see. Okay, if this is who I'm thinking.
Well, of course, next we have Virus.
Okay, so you can see that trophy in front of his team name. Like that speaks a lot. So come on, guys. Like a top center back again with okay, we already have 150 for Virus. He plays with like the max height build and he owns, like he literally knows how to play with it. He just don't play just because of its meta or something.
Well, I think we can raise it to 250. I think that's a
Yeah,
fair
yeah,
call.
like
But
I think
let's
I
keep the
think
let's keep the
like
small talk.
yeah, like it's only like few of very good center backs are left, I believe. Like, and if you're not having a good center back in your team, then it's already over for you guys. Like please don't expect that your foot players will carry you if you don't have the defense. Trust me, that
ARP with
doesn't
a
work.
bid for 205, 205 going once, 205 going twice, and that is sold. That was a very quick bidding war or back
Wow.
and forth. Well, of
So
course,
I
ARP was
think
very clear, I guess. He wanted to sign Virus, his teammate from MV.
so. I can feel the sense of dealings which are going behind the scene. Like they are just internal deals. Like you can take this player and I won't bid for you. I can sense this. Like this is because I can see a lot of players who are very good and like managers can actually increase the price of others and that way, but that's not happening.
Next, we have Rahul. Of course,
I'm
Rahul is one of
Rahul
the
Bhai right now.
top
Okay.
defenders of the community.
Yes. Maldini of like he's a Maldini for us, man. Like he's such a veteran for us, and again a very active player.
And he did play with Imperial Falcons. I don't think I need to mention that. I think everybody knows that. But of course,
Okay. So right now he's on 120, 125. Again, like a very positive guy to have on the mic, man. Like even if your team is going through a bad phase, he always motivates you, and he is a person you should have in your team.
again, it's for us, it's not just about having good players. You have your foot players, you have your veteran pro clubs players, but it's also about being positive on the mic, having understanding tactics. And well, there is Prashant Sagar's bid at
Okay.
155, but Jojo's bid comes in, so we'll have to confirm that. No, that
Okay.
is
So
not
it's
going to be signed.
155. I think again a very good signing because he is no more in that veteran category. Like he has like improved his game a lot, like with all this gaming sense and with like understanding the meta of the game as well. So I think he is there high up with all the other defenders right now. A very good signing, man. Like trust me, like this is one of the best signings. Bali Balboa. So we have Bali right now.
Bali Balboa, of course, he starts in tier one, which is the opening bids start at
Everyone know
100
what
million.
everyone know what he's capable of. Like if your team is playing shit for like 89 minutes, he just need that 1 minute to turn things around. So he is that type of a striker.
I think the last few players we've been getting have been top players of the community. But I would also recommend that to all the managers that we are in availability. Yes, Balboa has mentioned that he will be available throughout the entire tournament.
Wow, like if he has mentioned it like that, this is a great thing, man. Because I think that's the only drawback of having him to get him time on time. But if he has mentioned it by himself, then again, see, I can see the speed of bed going on, like speeding up once you said that. So it's 205 right now.
Well, of course, managers. If I do not mention about the availability, that means they've mentioned that they're available throughout the tournament. But if I do mention something, it will be because they've mentioned their lack of availability. But as of now, Balboa is available through the whole tournament.
Okay,
So I
so
think it's
now
a very
we
safe
will
win.
get. Oh, so the timer will be coming from Team Safa from now on.
Right, currently with a bid from Noobsom 225, but we have a tiebreaker.
225.
We need to raise 230. 230, anyone with a 230 million from anyone. We need a raise. We need a raise.
Come on,
Currently at a
guys, come
tiebreaker.
on! Like just last season, he was like one of the best. Like I think almost 65 plus goal contribution. That was mad from him.
Milton with a bid for 230 million. 230 million from Milton. 230 million.
I
235.
don't I
Noobsom
don't
raises
want to
235.
repeat those
235 million.
stats by him.
Noobsom raises 235.
One heck
235
of a
million.
season he had.
And Milton raises 240. 240 million. 240
240. Come
million.
on, guys, come on. You
240
give him
million.
a
Noobstorm raises 250, 250
yeah.
million. A bid for 250 million from Noobstorm.
You just give him a proper cam who can feed him, and you'll see the magic.
Milton raises 255, 255. Milton with a bid for 255 million, 255. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Noobstorm raises 260, 260 million, 260 million for Balboa, 260 million from Noobstorm, 260 million. Do we have another bid coming in? Do we have another bid? And Milton raises 265, 265 million. Milton raises 265, 265 million, 265. Do we have another raise? Do we have another raise? Milton with a bid for 265 million. 265 million.
So it's 265. And come
And
on,
Noobstorm raises
275.
275, 275.
Come
Noobstorm
on,
raises a
like
bid
you
for
guys are.
275.
I know, like, come on, everyone knows you guys are saving the money for this guy.
Noobstorm with a bid for
275 right
275.
now,
Milton
so it's
raises 280 once
280.
again.
So
Milton with
very
a bid for
close
280.
from. So it's 280 with. Can we please check the budget of True Blue? If I think he had to buy a few players with that.
Well, from our end, okay, it looks like Milton's bid is not going to stand. Or will it stand? I'm not sure.
Okay,
For
I
me, it
think
was before the countdown, by the way. My screen.
Yes, from our
Team
end, it
Safa.
looks like it
yeah,
was
even
before
from
the
our end, it
countdown.
looks like it come after 2.
Could you get a confirmation on if the bid is going to continue? Because for a lot of people, the bid came in before the last countdown.
I think we can continue because if in our screen if it's going there, so we can continue. So just let's go. Like it's 280.
Team Safa on my screen, you can see.
Yeah, Team Safa, like you can see on our screen. Okay, so Noobstorm is out anyways. So the
So
bid
I think
stands at.
Milton's bid for 280 will stand.
So I think you can just start the countdown again. The Team Safa, like it's already on 280, I guess.
I think Milton with a bid of for 280 right now, 280 million. And
Hello, bro,
of course,
bro.
Noobstorm will
Okay.
Auction
back
lagna.
out from the bidding.
Pro clubs
And
auction.
Milton signs Balboa for 280 million.
Auction,
No,
auction.
like if like trust me, like if he's available throughout the tournament, like a very good player to have in your team.
Yes, of
Wow.
course, I know that because this is day two, you want to not jump too high. But if you're having
Mhm.
internet issues, managers, I would recommend having a higher increment of bid, just so you don't get stuck.
H Vivek. So a tier 4 player. We are getting a tier 4 now with a bid starting from 10. A center back.
So Vivek can play at centre back and wide mids and the central midfielder. Tier 4, Jojo with a bid for 20. Jams raises 40 million. 40 million from Jams. Anyone with a bid higher than 40 million? 40 million. 40 million. Anyone with a bid raise 40 million? Jams with a current bid of 40 million. Raj raises 50. 50 million. 50 million. 50 million from Jams raises 60. 60 million. Jams raises 60 million. 62. Raj raises 62 million. 62 million from Raj. Maya Prakash raises 64. 64 million. 64 million. Mukesh raises 62. 68. 68. Multiple bids for 68. We need a raise. We need a raise. Raj raised 70. Maya Prakash 72. 72 million. Jams raised 78. 78. Any bids higher than 78? Jams leading the race with 78 million right now. Maya Prakash raised 80 million. 80 million. Maya Prakash with a bid for 80 million for Vivek. Jams raised 88 million. 88 million from Jams. 88 million. Do we have a bid higher than that? Maya Prakash raises 92. 92 million. Maya Prakash raises 92 million. Jams raises 94. 94 million. 94 million.
Okay. So a tier 4 player almost reaching to a tier 1 price. So that's interesting.
Maya Prakash raises 98 million, and Jams backs
Come
out.
on,
And
guys,
currently,
let's make it 100.
Maya Prakash leads the raise 98 million. 98 million for Vivek. Maya Prakash leads the raise 98 million. 98 million. And we have the countdown 98 million going once, 98 million going twice, and that is sold. Vivek joins Maya Prakash's team for 98 million. Well, that was a, not to underestimate Vivek, but that was a surprising even turn of events. We started at 10 million for tier 4 player and we reached 98.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. But again, you never know. Maybe Maya Prakash know what he's capable of. So we have the next player going with Movie 20 with a 63 level pro and a tier 4 player. Can play LMRM. So
And
come on,
he has
guys, 10
mentioned
million.
that he is available throughout the tournament, but he has also mentioned that his preferred position is right wing and right mid, and he's of course tier 3 and current level at 63. Tier 4 at the current level of 63. So again, you never know. You might find a diamond in the dirt. You cannot lose players. These are players that you might find to be excellent players, or even if they might not be the most talented, it might click with your team's chemistry. You never know. Things can change a lot. Jams with a current bid of 30 million, 30 million. So Jams with a bid of 30 million, 30 million currently. 30 million going once, and Maya Prakash raises. Maya Prakash, Jams raises 36 million, 36 million from Jams. 36 million from Muram. Maya Prakash raises 38 million, 38 million from Maya Prakash. 38, Jams raises 40 million, 40 million. Maya Prakash raises yet again 42 million. Jams 44 million from Jams. 46. Well, this is a repeat of the last pair.
Yeah, I
Jams
can
raises
see.
50 million.
Like, is Maya doing some kind of social work by giving these players the price they are worth? So it's 54 right now. 56 with Maya. Think we can go with the countdown. Okay, chance.
Well, Jams backs out,
I
and Maya
like
Prakash bids 56.
okay, Samantha. I have a feeling that Jams is actually typing with Maya phone as well. Like he is just using his phone as well to just make some bits.
Honestly, in 2025, I wouldn't be surprised.
And with Jams again, I'm not surprised with that as well.
Now, the question is how much of this was a plan to purchase and how much of this was psychological games?
Yeah, just to fill the
Because that is a
squad.
huge thing to consider. Next, we have Godnik.
Okay, we have Godnik, Akasagnik. Our very own Montu pilot is here. So a blitz player with tier two. I don't know why he is tier two. Maybe because of his recent performances and he is not available. He's playing some tournaments
But
internally
for
for
this
him.
tournament, Sagnik has mentioned that he's available throughout the whole tournament. So
Okay,
that
so
is
I think
something that the managers will have to keep in mind.
that's a great news. I think it's his redemption time. It's been a long. We have missed that old Sagnik. He used to rule this community with his gameplay, but again, like he got busy with other tournaments and EISL stuff. But again, it will be great to have him back.
Right, Noob Storm with a bid for currently for 245. We need
So
to raise.
no storm
We
going
need a
big.
raise for 45. We need a raise for 250 at least. 250. Anyone with 250, Noob Storm raises 250.
No
50
storm.
million. Noob Storm with a bid for 250 million. 250 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have
No
a raise?
storm. No storm going all out for his like for that poster boy.
Prashant
And
raises 255 million. 255 million
Prashant
from
for
Prashant Sagar. ARP comes in with a surprise bid 260 million. Prashant Sagar raises 265. Noobstorm raises 270 million. 270 million. Prashant Sagar 275 million. 280. ARP raises 280 million. 280 million from ARP for Sagnik. 280 million currently. Do we have any high bidders?
Come on,
280
guys.
million going once, and Noobsong comes in with a bid 285. 285.
So, like, someone, can you see the aura of this guy? Like, he is like not even playing on his best level, like since last 2 seasons. But again, every manager know like what he's capable of. So he is again in the race for 300 million. So like, this is the quality of player. Like everyone knows like what the player is capable of. So I think 290 it is.
Currently, Jojo with a high bid of 290, 290 million going once, 290
Oh,
million
so
going
Jojo
twice,
is a
and
okay.
that is sold.
So Jojo
Stanley
came as a
joins Jojo's team
surprise.
for 290 million.
Okay, okay. So Jojo came as a surprise and he gets the player. In between of Prashant Saga and Noob Storm, Jojo takes Saga.
Again, managers, I would recommend that you have a higher bid aware, just typed in your chat, just because, you don't want to have small increments because this is the problem you might have. Next, we
Yeah.
have Boglubai.
किट्टी
This
किट्टी
is this is actually a very good.
क्या मिला ने मार के आना
I think the meme admin is taking note of this. Like this is a proper meme content where Prashant and Noob Storm are fighting and Jojo just came from nowhere and took Sagnik from them.
Right, Boglubai currently starts at tier 3.
So Bogey
And,
from Bangladesh for
and
Infernal
he has
Direwolves.
mentioned that he's available through the whole tournament. And he can play at fullback and the wide midfielder and the center midfielder.
Come on, guys, tier 3 player, a 40 million player, like go for it.
40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Any opening bids? And Dhanush comes in with an open bid, 40 million. 40 million from Dhanush.
Dhanush is there.
40 million. And we have the countdown, 40 million. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice. And that is sold. Boglubai joins Dhanush's team, Lungi Leverkusen, for 40 million. Next, we have Kairan.
क्या मिल रहा क्या मिल रहा क्या मिल रहा क्या मिल रहा
Kairan, of course, he can play at centre back, DM, and striker. Starts at tier 3, which is, of course,
Okay, the
40
big
million.
pass is 40 with Prashant Sagar.
And just to go back, Faraz, I think Boglubai for 40 million is a very, very good deal.
Okay, like I missed his rating. Like what was his rating? But again,
I think
like
it
if
was 100. Yeah, it was 100.
okay, then I think it's a very good deal on the base price.
I haven't played a lot with him. I've played a
Because
few
all these
games to know
because
that 40
because
million
if
at
a
least is very good.
honestly speaking, if a player is from Infernal Dialogue, then a player is active, bro. Because they play a lot.
Currently, Prashant Sagar with a bid for 52 million. 52 million from Prashant Sagar for Kairan. 52 million. And I think that is sold. Kairan joins Prashant Sagar's team for 52 million. Let's see the next player we have. Next, we have Gunraj Sai. Gunraj Sahib, of course, played with Travancore last season, and he is available through the whole tournament. And he says he's a very good dribbler
This
and good
player
passer.
with 40 million and he's level 90. I hope he is 100 by now. But again, go for it, guys.
Of course,
No
it
chance.
doesn't take too long to get up to level 100. I think that is something they can do overnight.
Yeah, but again,
90.
like by joining the practice session, I think that's achievable.
Of course,
So
currently, Jams leading the bid with 42, 42. Resu raises 44, 44 million. Resu with a bid for 44 million, 44 million. Do we have a high bid? Do we have a high raise? Jojo with a bid for 46, 46 million, 46 million from Jojo, 46 million from Gunraj, for Gunraj. Gunraj 48, Rezu with a bid for 48 million for Gunraj, 48 million, 48 million going once, 48 million going twice, and that is sold. Gunraj joins Resu's team for 48 million.
ಹಲೋ ಬ್ರೋ ಇದೆ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಕ್ಷನ್
As you, what is his team?
ಸಾಗರ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಟೀಮ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸಾಗರ್
Okay, there you go. So my team only. Nice.
Right, the next player we have is Hercules CR7. Well, he has listed all of his achievements in the description. There's too many achievements to go through, but of course, he played with Bandana Bandits last season.
guys
Yeah.
And he starts at tier 2.
one request guys, like if anyone else can share the screen for the remaining, like in the secondary, like anyone else can share the screen, then it will be easy.
The remaining budget, you mean?
Yeah, the other file that you are showing.
That is only available with me. You can also always refer to the YouTube stream.
Yeah,
The
on
screen is
YouTube,
active there.
you can see only
Okay.
that screen.
Okay,
Like that
Ah.
screen is constantly available on the YouTube.
okay, thank you.
Right, currently, we have a bid for 150 million, 150 million from Raj, 150 million for Hercules. 150 million, Mehdi raises 155, 155 million, 155 million. Mehdi with a bid for 150, Raj raises 160, 160. Can we see a higher bid? Can we see 170 maybe, 170, 180? Do we see a higher bid? Raj reading the bid with 160 million, 160 million for Hercules. 160 million, 160 million going once, 160 million going twice, and that is sold. Hercules joins Raj's team for 160 million.
I think a very good player went Hercules.
Because at this point, I think managers are also very conscious about their budget because
Like this is that period of the auction, man. Like where managers have to like balance their budget as well. Like even good players might go below 100 in that case.
of course some of the managers went completely crazy with the budget yesterday in the first night. So it'll be interesting to see how some of the top players will fare in the day two.
So it's Hungry Box from Bangladesh with 100 level. So guys, I think he is a very good player, like from the new team Slytherin. So 44 is a bit right now.
And of course, Angry Box has mentioned that he's available through the whole tournament. He has played with Slytherin last season, and he says that he prioritizes professionalism and manners, and keeping respect as a priority while coming for training and everything. So I think that is one player amongst a lot of players who do not turn up on time, which I know personally. You want players who are respectful and come on time. So managers would want to keep that in mind. Maybe with a bid for 56 million, 56 million, and that is a countdown. And Sir Hungry Box joins Mehdi's team for 56 million.
Hello brother.
There are a couple of bids coming in,
Hi,
but
Gecko,
I don't think
Swingman,
they're
hi,
going to
Abel.
stand. Can we have a confirmation on that? I don't think so. And that is a confirmation. Hungry Box joins Mehdi's team for 56. Next, we have Tanveer. Tanveer, I think for us, I think Tanveer has been very active. Not just one team. He's been playing with a lot of teams, practicing with a lot of players. So I think he's very very known in the community. Okay, for us, I don't know if you're saying something, but you're muted right now.
Yeah, yeah, bro. Like regarding Tanveer, right? Like you're saying something, someone. Go on.
Right. Tanveer has been very active player. Practices with a lot of teams. Is known. Is available a lot of time.
Okay, like
And
I have
of course,
actually been part of those teams, but if you're saying, then yeah, for sure, like he is a. Again, if he's 100, again I'll say the same thing. Like if he's a 100 level player, then he is active.
I would say for 44 million for Tanveer is a really good deal. Is a pretty good deal.
Yep, 100%.
I wouldn't say a steal, but a good deal because I've just played a few games
Yeah,
with him.
like
He's a
at
good
this
player.
point, at this point, it's a steal, I guess. Like with if you're getting a player at base price, like why not?
Right, next we have, well, how do I pronounce this? L Gates. Okay, Gates. Gates.
It's
Gates.
Gath is like he's an old player, pro clubs player. Tier 4. Okay, guys, come on, go for it. Like you guys need tier 4 players right now to
And
fill up your
Khalil, of
squad.
course, has mentioned that he's available through the whole tournament. So again, availability is one
എൻ്റെ
thing
കമൻറ്റ്
that all
റിപ്ലൈ
the
തന്നില്ല.
managers would
ജോർജ്
want.
എത്ര ആളായി ടീമിൽ? ബ്രോ ഇത് സാഫ ഈ സൈറ്റില്ലേ, ഞാൻ ഇതിനകത്ത് SAFA_FC അതിൽ
Currently,
പോകുമ്പോൾ
ARP
അവർ
with the bid
കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്
for
ഓരോ ടീം എത്ര
46.
പ്ലേയേഴ്സ്
Prashant Sagar raises
മേടിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന്.
50, 50 million,
എനിക്ക്
50 million
6
from Prashant
പ്ലെയറായി.
Sagar.
1 2 3
50
4
million, 50 million for Gatis.
4 അല്ല 3 4 5 6 7
Prashant
7
Sagar
പ്ലെയർ,
raises
7
60,
പ്ലെയർ.
60 million.
എനിക്കിനി 5 പ്ലെയർ കൂടെ
60
വേണം.
million from Prashant Sagar for Gatis. 60 million
2
Prashant Sagar going once.
4 5 6
64.
6
Maya
പ്ലെയർ കൂടെ
Prakash
വേണം.
raises 64 million.
314 മില്യൺ
64
ബാക്കിയുള്ളൂ.
million. 64 million. 66. Prashant Sagar raises 66 million. 66 million.
സാഫ സൈറ്റ്
Maya
നോക്കിയാൽ മതി.
Prakash raises 68. 68 million. 68
സാഫ
million from Maya Prakash for
സാഫ
Gatis. 68 million. 68 million. 68 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Maya Prakash raising 68 million going once, 68 million going twice, and that is sold. Gatis joins Maya Prakash's team for 68 million.
Okay, Samant, I think I have to leave due to some personal commitment, but Virus will be joining shortly. So meanwhile, you can carry on.
You got it. Take care, man.
Yeah.
And of course, Ramadan Mubarak.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
Next, we have Zam, of course, Elastico, known as Zam. Zam has mentioned that he is available throughout the whole tournament. He starts at tier 3, which is, of course, 40 million. Jam's the opening bid is 40 million. Dhanush with the opening bid for 40 million. 40 million. Dhanush with a bid for 40 million. Jams raises 42, 42 million. 42 million from Jams. 42 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? 42 million. Jams with a bid for 42 million. 42 million. And the countdown has begun. 42 million. Jams with a bid for 42 million going once. 42 million going twice. Dhanush raises 44. 44 million. Dhanush with a raise for 44 million. 44 million. Jams raises 46. 46 million. 46 million from the Jams. 46 million. 46 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Zam, 46 million bid from Jams for Zam, 46 million going once, 46 million going twice, and that is sold. Zam joins Jam for 46 million. So the teams are starting to shape up now, except for a few managers, but I think they're waiting for the right players that they have in mind. So it'll be interesting to see how they'll manage their budget towards the end of the list we have.
Spartan is for Sahib, right?
Uh, Sahib is, I think, Choco 11, if I'm not wrong. Yes.
Right.
Right. The next player we have is Rockstar. Rockstar has Vijay Sriram, has played with Slytherin last season, and he is available throughout the whole tournament. And he says he's also trying to go pro in real life. So again, this is one player who definitely understands the game in and out, not just in the video game, but football in real life as well. He's tier 3, so bidding starts at 40 million. Any opening bids? Mukesh has an opening bid, 40 million, 40 million. Mukesh with a bid, opening bid for 40 million, 40 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Mukesh with a bid for 40 million, opening bid 40 million, 40 million. The countdown started, 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and that is sold. Vijay Sriram Rockstar joins Mukesh's team for 40 million. And our next player is Rinzik. Rinzik, of course, has played with FC Kolkata last season. He has played as a striker, and he says he's a striker with sense. And his bid starts at tier 3, which is, of course, 40 million. Any opening bids? Any opening bids? 40 million. Dhanush opens 40 million, 40 million. 40 million. Any raise? Any raise? 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and that is sold. Rinzik joins Dhanush's team for 40 million. And the next player we have is Triplik.
Triplik AI.
Triplik has not played with any team last season, but he has mentioned that he's available throughout the whole tournament. And as in his words, he's a very defensive player and he can play some clean passes. So any teams that are looking to have a midfield that can be controlled, who compose midfield, I think Triplik is one player that you might want to look into. He starts at tier 4, which is of course 10 million. Any opening bids? Of course, we have Mukesh with an opening bid 12 million. Maya Prakash is 14 million. 14 million. Maya Prakash is 14 million. 14 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? A raise. Mukesh raises 16 million. 16 million. 16. Maya Prakash raises 20. 20 million. 20 million from Maya Prakash. 20 million for Triplik. 20 million. 20 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? 20 million from Maya Prakash. 22 million. Mukesh raises 22 million. 22 million from Mukesh for Triplik. 22 million. Maya Prakash raises 26. 26 million. 26 million. Maya Prakash is 26 million, 26 million. Mukesh backs out. Maya Prakash currently leading the bid with 26 million, 26 million going once, 26 million going twice, and that is sold. Triplik joins Maya Prakash's team for 26 million.
Last
And the
pick.
next player we have is Nick Truss.
Necros.
Nick Truss has, of course, not played with any team last season. His current level is 80, and he plays on white mid, LMRM, cam, and the winger positions. He starts at tier 4, which is of course 10 million. Do we have any opening bids? Any opening bids? Well, he says he's been playing the game for a lot of time, but he started playing pro clubs about a year ago. So he's not a very new player. He has definitely played pro clubs before. So do we have any opening bids? Any opening bids? And the countdown has begun. Do we have any opening bids? Any opening bids from anyone? Any managers? And it does not look like it. Nectras goes unsold. Unfortunate.
Wow.
Can we have the next player, please? And the next player we have.
That was it. That was the last player for set 2.
Right, and that was set 2. After set 2, I think we'll take a quick break, if
Right.
I'm not wrong. We'll
Right.
take a quick break and we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll just, all the managers and everyone, just get some water, take care of any business if you need to, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, 60 more players coming up in set 3.
Of course, I'm looking at the list, guys. There are some really good players, so you don't want to miss the action. See you guys shortly.
Break and guys, break. Uphold and screen കാണിക്കാം.
I think we're muted, no?
हाँ म्यूट हो गया. Oh,
आदि बजट
हाँ.
दिखा देना सबका.
हाँ हाँ
ഇന്നലെ 2 ദിവസം ഉണ്ട് ബ്രോ.
हाँ, ये
2
पेज पे
ദിവസം
होल्ड कर देना.
ഇതാണ്.
हाँ. मैं वो स्ट्रीम का वो चेंज कर देता हूँ.
പെൻഡിങ് ജോജോയുടെ ടീം
Change
കാണിക്കുക
window
ഇപ്പൊ
to
കാണിക്കാൻ അവർ കാണിക്കാൻ പോവാണ്
auction
അവർ കാണിക്കാൻ
sheet.
പോവാണ് There.
बढ़िया.
ഞാൻ 3 കിടിലം പ്ലേയേഴ്സിനെ മേടിച്ചു. ഒരാളെ കിടിലം ചീപ്പായി കിട്ടി.
आखिरी
അതും
प्लेयर आया वही अनसोल्ड गया. बेचारा.
चलो आई थिंक नया प्लेयर है ये भी.
ഇനിയും വരാനുണ്ട് 60 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ്
लिखा
ഇനിയും
हुआ
കൂടെ
है इनका
വിൽക്കാനുണ്ട്.
भी अभी pro
ഇവർ
clubs
കണ്ടില്ല,
का
ഇവരുടെ
मतलब
950 മില്യൺ ഉണ്ട് ബാക്കി.
Yes.
അവരൊക്കെ ആ
आई थिंक एक्टिव भी
പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന്
नहीं
വേണ്ടി
था ना
വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനിരിക്കുക.
मतलब कम्युनिटी में ज्यादा.
അപ്പൊ അവർക്ക്
Well,
അവരെ വേണ്ടി ഞാനും വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരുന്ന 3G
हमारे
ആവും.
आधे प्लेयर तो
അതുകൊണ്ട്
पॉपुलैरिटी पे बिक रहे हैं.
ഐ ബോട്ട്
तो
decent players.
थोड़ा दोस्त बनाना
Good player,
important
not
है.
decent players. They're good players. They're very good players.
true.
Sakib
True.
is
Very
an
true.
EISL player.
चल I'll be
62
back in.
people.
हाँ I'll be
हाँ
back in
हाँ.
5 minutes में.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
He is a great Bangladesh player. Number 1 Bangladesh player. ഇത് ഓൺലൈൻ ഇത് ഓൺലൈൻ കളിക്കും. പ്രോ ക്ലബ്സ് ഓരോ പ്ലെയർ ഓരോ പൊസിഷൻ കളിക്കും. ഫുട്ബോൾ ടീം ഇറ്റ്സ് ദ സെയിം മാൻ. സെയിം ഇത് കളിക്കും. എനിക്ക് ഇതിൽ കുറേ പ്ലെയർ ഞാൻ ട്രൈ ചെയ്തു, പക്ഷെ അതൊന്നും കിട്ടിയില്ല. ഇവനാണിപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഹയസ്റ്റ് പോയത് 400. പക്ഷെ അവനെക്കാട്ടും കൂടും 450 500 മില്യൺ വരെ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒരാൾ പോകും. ഡ്രക്സൽ എന്ന് പറയാം. സ്റ്റേജ് അല്ല, ഓൺലൈൻ. ഞാൻ കഴിക്കാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും എടുക്കട്ടെ. ഐ വിൽ ടേക്ക് സം ഫുഡ് ആൻഡ് കം.
Okay, I guess we have all the managers here ready. Samant, on your call, we can start. Let me know.
Yeah, give me a countdown. Let me know when to start.
Okay, you're ready, right?
Hmm.
Okay. I'll change the windows to screen.
Change streaming Discord wala.
Okay.
I can see. Clear.
Chat hoy gelo guys.
Managers, just remember you can't buy more than 4 players of any team. So just remember that.
One more thing, is anyone checking like if a team is bidding wrongly, like if they are bidding it more, even if they are unable to buy? Is anyone checking that?
On their budget, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be checking
Yeah.
that.
Thank you.
So Saman, do you want to go over to the remaining budgets and then we can start with the set 3 players? Yeah.
One sec. ठीक है. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Going live in 3, 2, 1.
Well, welcome back everyone. I hope you took care of all the things you needed to take care of during the break. Before we begin with set 3 of players, let's just go over with all the budgets and the managers and the players. Well, I won't go through all the players individually, but we'll go through the managers and their budget. Firstly, we have Pink Panther, Mehdi's team. He has signed 6 players and he still has a budget of 847 million, which is still a really good budget to work on for set 3 players. Next, we have guys at the gig. Prashant has pretty much completed his team. He just needs to sign one more player. Well, he doesn't have to, but he can sign another player, and he has a budget of 88 million. Next, we have Prashant Sagar, who has almost completed his team. He just needs 5 more players against the budget of 361 million, which is a good number to have. Next, we have Maya Prakash, who needs 4 more players to complete his team with a budget of 510 million. I think he is saving up. I think he has a few players in mind. It'll be interesting. Next, we have Raj with a budget of 158 million, and he needs to sign at least 3 players, but he can sign up to 4 players more. Next, we have ARP, who has a budget of 648 million remaining, and he still needs a bulk of his team to be filled in. So I think he's going to get really active in this third round. Next, we have Dhanush's team, Lungi Leverkusen, with a budget of 58 million, and he still needs to sign at least 2 more players, and he can fill up to 3 players. So that'll be interesting to see.
And a reminder that to buy 2 players, he would have to let go of Emmanuel Dave. This is his highest price player for his team.
Well, we will have to see if if Dhanush is able to sign at least 2 more players with a budget that low. But
Right.
it'll be interesting to see.
Other
Mukesh's
managers
team-
would keep an eye on that.
Right, we'll have to see how much psychological play is going to come in this third round. Next, we have Mukesh with a budget of 362 million, who just needs 3 more players to fill in. So that's a pretty good budget to have. Milton, with his team almost complete, he needs just 1 more player against a budget of 183, but he can buy up to 2 players. Next, we have CPT, I think that is Cappy. Cappy still needs to fill out half of his team against a budget of 331. He has signed really good players, there's no doubt about that. But the question is, will he be able to sign at least 6 more players against a budget of 331 million? Next, we have Jojo, who has a budget of 314 million to sign at least 5 more players at a minimum. So, again, that will be a tough challenge. Then we have I think that is Sagar. Sagar, who has a budget of 300 million left, and he needs to sign at least 2 more players. He has made some good signings in round two, just 2 signings, but they were both good, 2 good signings. He still needs to sign 2 more players against a budget of 300 million, but up to 3 players. So again, another good budget to have for the remaining players. Next, we have Sahib. Of course, we had Jams representing Sahib today, who has a budget of 416 million, and he still needs to sign at least 5 more players. So decent budget to fill in, but we'll have to see how he kind of distributes that budget. Next, we have I think this is Sandmeister. I think
Storm. Yeah.
Noobstorm. Sorry,
Right.
Sandmeister Noobstorm. who has a budget of 950 million left. I think the highest budget so far. But of course, he only has signed 4 players, so he still needs to fill up majority of his team. So it'll be an interesting
Right.
round three. Some teams with almost completed teams, some teams with a low budget and more players to sign. So let's see how round three pans out, guys.
Perfect. Let's go. First player for set three.
Right, the first player for set three is S. Paniker. S. Paniker. But we'll have the details on the screen right now. S. Paniker, of course, has played with LOLs FC, and he has mentioned that he's available throughout the whole tournament. And he has been playing SAFA since 2021, as he says.
Yes, Paniker has been sold to ARP for 42 million. Can we have the next player on the screen?
Did the commentators just stop? Like, I cannot hear them.
Yeah, Hispanica was sold to ARP for 42 million. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So the next player is Joker BD, Joker Bed Masoom from Bangladesh. The bidding starts at 10 million. We have Raj at 12 million. Jams at 14 million. Raj at 16 million. He's a good player to have. He can play GK, ST, LB, RB. I think many teams still needs a GK. Raj at 24 million. Jams at 26 million. So 26 million to Jams twice. Raj comes back at 28 million. Jams again at 30 million. Mukesh at 32 million.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, now you are.
Okay, I was not audible the whole time. I think my mic
No.
might have glitched out. Is it
The
Okay.
is it
Joker
better now?
BD Masoom goes to Mukesh Gamer for 32 million.
Is my voice audible now? Is everything good?
Yes. Please continue.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I was giving commentary. I wasn't sure if I was audible. Sorry, guys. Just a small malfunction with the mic, but I think everything is good now. Okay, the next player we have is Dugal. I think that is Aman, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
Aman Dugal. The next player we have is Aman Dugal, who's of course one of the top players of the community. He played with Blitz and he's tier 2. His bid starts at 70. But straight away we have a bid for 100. Jams raises 150. Mehdi raises 155. 155 million from Mehdi. Prashant Sagar 160 million. 160 million from Prashant Sagar 160 million. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 160 million. Mehdi raises 165. 165. Jams raises 170. 170. 170. 175. And Jams with a
We have done some.
raises to 190. 190 million. Well, I think we can just sit back for a couple of minutes and let the bidding war continue, because I know that the amount is going to go up.
The budget available for few of the teams, this player should go minimum for 300 million. Few teams do have the budget.
Of course, even being the round three, but when you have good players, you can't think about the budget. You need to spend, of course, because that's where
Yeah,
management comes into play, I guess. If you overspend on day one, of course you're going to struggle.
agreed.
Currently, there's a battle going on between Noobstorm and Jams. Jams with currently leading with 235 million. 235 million from Jams for Aman. 240 Noobstorm raises 240. Jams raises 245. 245 million from Jams. 245 million. 245 million from Jams for Aman. And Noobstorm raises 250. 250 million. 250 million. Jams raises 255. 255. Well, Adi, one thing again, we spoke earlier on round two, which is, at what point do we think this is a actual bidding war versus just psychological games?
I believe for tier 2 and tier 1 players, once they cross 150 million or so, I would consider them a bidding war, honestly, if multiple managers are involved. But for lesser amounts, I don't see that as a bidding war, rather just a means to, let other managers spend as much as possible for their budget.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
make them dry up their funds, and so you get
correct.
your players for cheaper.
Hmm.
Currently, Jams leading the race with 285. Well, Noobstorm, if you're going to bid, you got to. Okay, Noobstorm backs out. Jams with a bid for 285. 285 going once, 285 going twice, and that is sold. Aman Dugal signs for Saib's team for 285 million.
But still less, I would say. Way less than I expected.
Well, I mean, it is day two, so in day two, you would say anything above 200 or 250 million is still going high, given how some of the managers have, completely gone crazy with some of the player spendings on day one. So, like I said, round three is going to be interesting.
Right, and Sahib still needs 4 players in the budget of 138 million.
Well, next we have the Sallu Bhai. Fortunately, he's playing FIFA and not any motorsport. Not going to explain that joke on stream right now, but we have Sallu Bhai. Sallu Bhai, of course, has played with Calcio last season. He's tier 3, plays at goalkeeper, centre back, and striker. Salubhai, just to remind all the managers that Salubhai has mentioned that he's only partially available, but he does prefer to play on either sides of a three at the back, so either RCB or LCB. But he has mentioned that he's only partially available. So that is one thing you would want to keep in mind. Jam's currently leading the bidding war at 62. Jamadi comes in with 64. 64 million, 64. Jams raises 66, 66 million. Mehdi raises 68, 68 million, 68 million from Mehdi. Jams backs out. Current bidding at Mehdi with 68 million. 68 million. Cappy comes in with a bid 70 million. 70 million. 70 million. 70 million for Salubhai. Okay,
It
it
would be
looks like.
accepted. On my screen, it's before the last countdown.
Yes, on our screen it shows that the bid came in before the number one count. So I think the bid will continue. Mehdi comes in with a bid for 72 million. Mehdi with a bid for 72. Cappy with a bid for 74, raises 74. 74, Mehdi with 76, 76, raises 76, 78, 80, 80 of course. Guys, come on, I think you can go up to 900 now. I think you guys are gonna go there anyway. So let's hit 100, let's hit 100. 82, 84, Mehdi with a bid for 84, 84 million, 84 million. Do we have a raise? Yes, 86 million from Cappy. 86 million. Well, Adi, I think one thing I'm surprised is yes, the player is definitely worth it, but being partially available at in the third round of auction, is this a little too high for a partially available player?
Above 100 million, I would consider it as too much. But it also depends on that quality of the player. If it's like someone who will give you the value for money in just a span of few games, then I believe it's worth it.
Well, Salubai signs for Cappy's team for 90 million.
Five more players for a budget of 241 million for Cappy.
Because at this point is when you need to get your calculators out, managers, and keep an eye on that. Next, we have Abhi Reaper. Because Abhi Reaper has played with APX last season and he is available throughout the whole tournament. And he says he's comfortable playing in the wing. And as you can see, he prefers playing on the side of the pitch, hugging the touchline. And his bid starts at 40 million, tier 3. Any opening bid? Prashant Sagar with 40 million, 40 million. 40 million opening bid. Prashant Sagar 40 million going once, 40 million going twice. And that is sold. Abhishek or Abhi Reaper signs for Prashant's team for 40 million. There you go. Jam summed it up. That is a steal. And at this stage of the tournament, you want these players where maybe some of the managers are holding back for these, very specific players, and they might not even try bidding for some of the, lesser known players or, not as popular. So, and you can get them for a really good price. Excuse me.
The managers could have tried to increase his price at least to somewhat 80 or 100 million, at least.
Well, I think at this point, some of the managers are at a budget where they can't maybe even risk losing that little bit of money, maybe accidentally. Next, we have Break Zeal, who, of course, has mentioned he is available throughout the whole tournament, has played at Apex, and he can play at DM, center mid. And we had a bid come in. Well, I think Jams, the tier 3, the opening bid is 40 million. Tier 3 opening bid is at 40 million, so I don't think that is going to stand. I think Break Zeal goes unsold because Jams has bid, but of course the player is at tier 3, which is opening bid of 40 million. Next we have Shrey, who has won the SAFA Cup with Cruyff last season, also has played with Blitz. So, and really, really good midfielder. And he starts at tier 2, but unfortunately his pro level is only at 76. But before the manager's bid, I do want to mention that Shrey has informed us that he's only partially available through the tournament. And him being tier 2, the bidding starts at 70 million. 70 million for Shrey. Do we have an opening bid?
Crazy player. He's a crazy player at CAM, LNCM. He controls the ball. He dribbles like anything. If you would have seen him play in pro clubs or
I have played
ultimate
with
team,
him with the whole second half of last
wow,
season with Cruyff.
right?
So, if I say anything more, it'll count as maybe team bias.
Come on, guys, you cannot let him go unsold. Come on,
Well,
can we
even if
have an opening bid? Come on.
yeah, I think even partially available, like 70 million in opening bid is a really good price for a player like Shrey. Well,
Indeed.
that is a surprise, but unfortunately,
Ah,
Shrey goes unsold.
wow, that's a shocker. That's a really shocker. Real shocker. Next up.
Next is Kenobi.
it's time to troll Shrey. Is a good friend of mine, and we just got a.
Of course, Kenobi has played with Slytherin EFC last season, and he says he prefers to play as a central midfielder and a cam, and he keeps it simple, short passes, as he says, and his pro level is 100 million. And tier 3, of course, is minimum 40 jams again. Tier 3 minimum bid is 40 million. Do we have an opening bid for 40 million? Cappy, I would recommend not responding to any managers, because if you do type something and it is interpreted as a bid, your bid might be counted. So you don't want to risk that. Do we have any opening bids for Kenobi? Anyone with opening bids? 40 million, 40 million. Do we have any opening bids for Kenobi at 40 million? And we have the countdown. Unsold. It looks like that. Kenobi goes unsold. The next player we have is Cams. Cams, of course, has played with LA Galacticos last season, and he plays at striker, just striker. He has mentioned only one position in his form, and he's tier 3, which of course starts at 40 million opening bids. We already have Mukesh with 42, Jams raises 44 million, 44 million. Jams with a raise to 44 million, 44 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Dhanush raises 46 and Mukesh raises 60 million from Mukesh. 60 million. Do we have a higher bid? Mukesh with a bid for 60 million. Do we have a bid for 62? Do we have a bid for 62 or higher? Do we have a bid? Do we have a bid? Currently, Mukesh leading with 62, 60 million, 60 million going once, 60 million going twice. And that is sold. Kamlesh Cams joins Mukesh's team for 60 million. Well, Adi, I'm not familiar with the player, but of course, if Mukesh has decided to spend 60 million in round 3, that definitely means he knows the player and has played with him to spend this much at this stage.
I believe so. Even I am not aware of this player. I haven't played with him, but I believe Mukesh might know him. Also, now Mukesh is can easily spend 270 million on a single player. I believe that would be a tactic for Mukesh to go all out on a single player.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the round goes for Mukesh. But let's see. The next player we have is Faisal, Dark Shadow Faisal. Of course, Faisal has played with LOLs FC last season, and his pro level is 60. He's available throughout the whole tournament, and well, he says he's a team player. I'll believe him. I guess I don't know, but of course, tier 3, the bids open at 40 million. Do we have any bids for 40 million? 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? 40 million. Do we have any opening bids for 40 million? And Faisal goes unsold. I think, Adi, do you think, well, next we have Tonit. Of course, I think has played with Phoenix, if I'm not wrong. I think plays Cam for
Correct.
Phoenix,
Correct. Cam and striker for Phoenix FC.
Cam striker. But in the form, he has said he is willing to play left back and right back as well. So if you want a really expensive left back, right back, I guess you can try for him, managers. He has mentioned that he's available throughout the whole tournament. When asked to fill out, describe his style of play, he said, "Ah." So there you go. Opening bids at 70, of course. 70 million, 72. Jojo raises 72. We need a 74. Multiple bids at 70. Let's start at 80. Let's start at 80. Do we have an 80? Let's start at 80. Prashant Sagar raises 86. 86. Prashant Sagar raises 86. Do we have a higher number? Well, I think this one player you can go up to at least 200 million, wouldn't you say, Adi?
He has mentioned he's ready to play a striker in his description. So anything less than 200 should not be accepted. Not at all.
Well, I'm just going to take a quick break over here because I know that the numbers are going to go high anyway. So
Yeah,
I'll let the
that's
bidding continue.
sure thing.
Currently, we have a bid at ARP and Prashant Sagar fighting it out. Multiple managers fighting it out. ARP with a bid for 150 million right now. 150. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise for Tonit? 150 million from ARP. 150 million. 150 million going once. 150 million going twice. And sold.
Wow.
And that is an absolute steal.
Absolute steal. 150 million for a player, a striker like Thornid. Wow. ARP.
And Tonit joins ARP stream for 150 million.
Look at his team.
And of
Nearby
course,
winner, Johnny, Rasu, Thornid. Wow. Crazy.
well, now makes sense why ARP was pretty, fairly silent here for round one. All makes sense now. So the next player we have is Bhargav.
Time to break the
Bhargav,
banks.
Bhargav, of course, played for Blitzkrieg Academy last season, and he is available through the whole tournament. And his level is currently at 92, which I don't think it matters, right? Raj straight away
Not at
raises to
all.
150. Raj straight away with 150. Prashant Sagar raises to 160. Well, Maya Prakash raises 200. 200. Prashant Sagar raises 220. 220. Well, okay, I'm gonna just take a break and watch the Man United game, I guess, while these guys fight it out.
Who is it? Who are my Man United playing today?
Real Sociedad.
Okay, the Europa League. Okay, nice.
We're
Are you
getting
a
into the
United
bit.
fan yourself?
Okay, back to the bits right now.
This will keep on going, I believe.
I can't speak about United. I don't want to get depressed right now. But
Okay.
currently, the bid stands at 260 million from Maya Prakash. Noob Song with 265. 265 raises 265 million. Maya Prakash raises 270 million. 280, Noob Song raises 280 million. 280 million. 290, Maya Prakash raises 290. 290 million. 290 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Maya Prakash currently leading the bid with 290 million. 290 million. Do we have a raise? 290 million. 290 million going once. 290 million going twice. And we have a bid from Noobstorm 300. 300 million. 300 million. Noobstorm with a bid for
Probably
300
the
million.
first 300 million of the day. Is it?
I think so, yes.
Wow.
I think there were a few players who came close to 50, 260, I think. But I think this is the first 300 of the day. Maya Prakash with 305. Noobstorm hits 310. 310 raises 310. 310 Noobstorm with a bid for 310. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Noobstorm with a bid for 300. Maya Prakash raises 315. 315. Do we see a 320? Do we see a 320? Do we see another raise? Noobstorm raises 320. 320 million. 320 million for Bhargav. 320 million from Noobstorm. 320 million. 320 million. 330. Maya Prakash raises 330. 330 million. 330 million. 330 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? 335. 335. Noobstorm raises 335. 335 million. 335. 335 million. Noobstorm currently leading 335. Maya Prakash raises 350. Let's see 350 then. Let's get it out of the way. Let's see 350. Do we have a 350? Maya Prakash currently with 345, 345, 345 going once, 340 going twice, and that is sold. Bhargav signs Maya Prakash's team for 340 million. Well, Adi, for round 3, is that too high or is that fair?
For a player like Baka, it's fair. It's totally fair. Totally fair.
Next, we have Varsi. Varsi, of course, has played with Blitz last season. And he has mentioned he is Vansh Chaturvedi's student. So, something to keep in mind. Of course, he is tier 1, so the bidding starts at 100 million. Prashant Sagar bids right away 100 million. Raj raises 150 million. Do we have a raise? What do we have? 160. Raj with a 150. Prashant Sagar raises 160 million. Prashant Sagar with a 160 million. Do we have a higher number? Do we have a higher bid? 160 million. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 160 million. 160 million. Noopsom raises 165. Prashant Sagar raises 170. Let's say 200. Do we see a 200? Noopsom, let's see 200. Come on. I know you guys are gonna get there anyway. ARP comes in with a 175 million. Prashant Sagar hits 180 million. 180 million. Prashant Sagar leading the bid with 180 million. 180 million. ARP 190. Noob Storm raises 190. Prashant Sagar 195. Prashant Sagar leads again 195 with a bid for 195. Noob Storm raises 200. 210. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 210 million. 215. Noob Storm raises 215. 215. Prashant Sagar raises again 220. Let's say 250. Guys, you're gonna get there anyway. Let's make our jobs easier. Let's see 250. Let's see 250. Come on, Noobsam. Let's see 250. Just get it over with. Noobsam leading currently with 225 million. 225 for Varsi. Noobsam 225 going once, 225 going twice, and that is sold. Varsi joins Noobsam's team for 225 million. Adi, what do you make of this signing?
A great deal. Definitely a great deal for a player like Vasi, 225 million. I would say I would say it's a great price. Great
Hello, hello.
price.
I am back.
The next player we have is Archit.
ഓ എനിക്ക് ഇനി ആകെ 314 മില്യനെ ബാക്കിയുള്ളൂ. എനിക്ക് ഇവരെയൊക്കെ വേണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, പക്ഷെ കിട്ടിയില്ല.
In a friendly reminder to all the managers, you cannot have more than 4 players from the same team, more than 4 players who played for the same team in the last season. A friendly reminder.
Right, Archit has played with Blue Tigers last season. He likes to play in the central midfield, all three of the central midfield positions, and striker as well. He is available to play through the whole tournament. His bid starts at tier 3, which is of course 40. You have a bid 45 million. Prashant Sagar leads 45 million. Jams raises 50 million. 50 million. Prashant Sagar raises 55 million. Do we see a raise? I think we see a raise. Okay, Jams backs out. Prashant Sagar leading the bid with 55 million. 55 million going once. 55 million going twice. And that is sold. Archie joins Prashant Sagar's team for 55 million. The next player we have is Apurv. Oh, sorry guys, just there was a quick confusion. The bid for 55 million will not be counted because, of course, we are still under 100 million. So the player will be sold to Jams for 50 million. So sorry, Archit has been sold to Jams for 50 million.
You have a final presentation. SAFA on this?
Could we get a final word on this, please?
I think let's start the bid from 50 million.
Okay, it looks like we are starting the bid from 50 million again. So the current bid for 50 million would be from Jams. Yes. Do we have any bid higher than 50 million? Looks like Prashant Sagar is ready to bid 52 million. 52 million. I think that is it. Prashant Sagar does want to sign for 52 million.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Oh, why did we restart the bid? Jams got him for 50, right?
I think we got an instruction that we're going to continue from 50.
No, like already it got sold out.
Team SAFA.
Anyway, it was sold, right? Like if
I think
I
just a
think the
second.
player should go to
Adnan,
the player should go to
ideally
Jams.
it should go to Jams. It should
Yeah,
go to
Yeah,
Jams.
it should go to Jams.
Yeah, yeah.
he is bidding
Managers,
and he
please can
himself.
we stop messaging? Please can we stop messaging in the box because it basically we can't see the last bit if there are too many messages.
Yeah, it should be sold for Jams. Anyway, timer was done. He also mentioned sold to Jams.
Yes, it will be sold to Jams for 50 million.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to the next player, which is Apurv. Can we have Apurv's details in the chat, please?
Where is his team? Sahib, right?
Yes, joins Choco 11 Sahib's team.
Who's the most expensive player? Of I just want to see that table.
As of
Jams
now,
is
Jams is the
it's
most expensive player of his team.
Primo, 400 million.
Of Jams, right? Okay.
No. Jams himself is the expensive player. No. Jams himself is the expensive player in that team.
Ha, cool. Okay. Then another. Okay, ठीक है.
Currently, we have again managers. I do want to mention that Apurv has informed us that he's only partially available through the tournament. So something you want to keep in mind. Mehdi currently leading the bid with 50 million. Do we see a higher bid? Mehdi with a bid for 50 million. 50 million going once, 50 million going twice, and that is sold.
Bro, you should have said this when I was bidding or before the bid.
Yeah, that
You
even I
told me.
agree, yeah, bro. Your guys
Well,
should start
well, the
Because
with
managers were
this.
speaking in between.
No. But while you're introducing the player, immediately say no if he's partially available or fully available.
yeah, you said it while bidding when I was on like
Exactly.
45 or 48. That's a bit unfair, you know.
Well, you guys started bidding while Prashant was asking about the highest bid player, and you guys were having a conversation. So it
No,
takes a
like when
second
we
to
were
get the.
bidding, no one was talking. I mean, Prashant was already done with that conversation.
Team Safa, could we get a final word on this, please?
Yeah, I think it's fine. We can start the bid again if that's the case.
From 40? Yeah.
Yes, from the start.
Okay, do we have any opening bids?
മിക്കവാറും unsold ആയി പോകും. Unsold.
Well, Apurv goes unsold. Do we have the next player? Next, we have Panic Man. Panic Man, of course, has played with Phoenix last season. And he is tier 2, so the bidding starts at 70 million.
He's a great midfielder. Previously, he played for Vikings before Phoenix, and he has been a very integral part of Vikings, both Vikings and Phoenix.
And currently, Mehdi leading the bid with 76 million. 76 million. Jojo raises 78 million. Mehdi raises 80 million. 80 million. Do we see a higher bid? Do we see a higher bid? 80, 82. Jojo raises 82 million. 82 million. Prashant Sagar raises 84 million. 84 million from Shazan. Jojo raises 86, 86, 88. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 88 million. Do we have a higher bid? Do we have a higher bid? Jojo raises up to 90 million. 90. Jojo with a bid for 90 million. Prashant Sagar raises 92 million. 92 million. Prashant Sagar with a bid for 92 million. Jojo raises 94 million. Prashant Sagar raises 96 million. 96 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Adi, if you're familiar with the player Panic Man, could you give us some insight? Because I personally am not familiar.
He's an excellent midfielder. He controls the ball in attack and defense. He will be everywhere in the midfield. You want him to play striker. He will deliver. He will deliver with his performance. He will with his goals. He will be. You will be able to see him everywhere on the midfield, be it defense, be in attack. He's like a complete midfielder. And
Right, so
even Cappy knows it. Cappy has played with Honey Iron, with Panic Man in Phoenix. So yeah,
currently a tiebreaker between Jojo and Noobstorm. Do we need a tiebreaker? We need a tiebreaker. Cappy raises to 115. Noobstorm raises 120 million from Noobstorm. 120 million. 125. Cappy raises 125. Let's bump it up to 150. Let's see a 150. Let's end the debate, I guess. Cappy with a 150, 125. Sorry, 125 going once. Oh, Jojo comes in with 120. 150. Jojo comes in with 150. Jojo with a bid for 150 million. 150 million. Jojo with 150 million for Panic Man. 150 million. 150. Cappy raises 155. 155 million. Jojo raises 160 million. 160 million. Do we see a higher bid? Do we see a higher bid? 160 million. 160 million. Jojo with a bid for 160 million. Do we see a raise? Do we see a raise? Jojo clearly wants this player. Jojo with a bid for 160 million. Cappy raises 165. 165. Cappy with a bid for 165 million for Panic Man. 170. Jojo raises 170 million. Cappy Baxa, Jojo with 150 currently leading. 170 million going once, going twice, and that is sold. Panic Man joins Jojo's team for 170 million. Adi, would this be a bargain or a fair price, or what would you say?
a bargain. Honestly, a bargain at this price.
Even
Literally
in
a
round
bargain.
3?
Even in round 3, a player of his caliber below 250 million is a bargain. The ones who
Well,
have played with him, they will definitely agree with this statement.
well, Cappy, if you have to say steal, I'm sure you could have gotten a higher price as well. You could have put in more. I see your psychological games.
But Cape's budget is just 241 million. So
So that means you still had, 70 million left. But anyway, the next player we have is indispensable. I don't think that's how it's spelled, but I'll take your word for it. Indispensable. Indispensable, of course, has played with Bandana Bandits last season. He can play at left mid, right mid, cam, and striker, and he's available through the whole tournament. And he says apparently he is Bobby Firmino. So, okay. Tier 3, of course, bid starts at 40 million, 40 million. ARP raises to 42 million. 42, Dhanush raises 44 million, ARP raises 46. Let's go to 50. Let's start from 50. Yeah, let's start from 50. ARP with a bid for 50 million. 50 million. Do we have a 60? Let's see big numbers, guys. Let's see big numbers. Do we see a raise on 50? Do we see a raise on 50? ARP currently leading with 50 million for indispensable. 50 million from ARP for indispensable. Cappy raises to 52 million. 52 million. 52 million. ARP raises 54 million. Cappy raises 56 million. We have quite the bidding war between these guys over here. Just ready. I think you guys have the numbers ready. Well, almost 3 hours into the auction, I'm starting to eat my words right now. I'm starting to mumble my words. But let's see. We'll try to continue. Cappy currently leading with 72. ARP is 74, 76. Cappy with the 76.
There.
Cappy with a bid for 76 million. 76 million. Do we have a raise? Do we see a higher number? Let's see 80. Let's see 80, guys.
Oh,
Let's see 80.
if I,
ARP raises 78 million. 80. Cappy hits 80. Cappy with the number for
Eh?
80. 80 million for indispensable. 80 million. 80 million going once. 80 million going twice. And that is sold. Indispensable joins Cappy's team for 80 million. And the next player we have is Max. Max, of course, has played with Phoenix last season, but he has mentioned that he's only partially available, and his bidding starts at 70 million because he's tier 2. Bidding starts at 70 million. So, any opening bids? Do we have any opening bids? 70 million for Max. 70 million. Cappy and ARP come in with 70 million. ARP raises 72 million. 72 million. Cappy raises 74 million. ARP raises straight away 80 million. 80 million from ARP. Do we have a raise? Cappy raises 82 million. ARP raises 84 million. 90. ARP raises 90 million. 92. Cappy raises 92. 96. Do we see 100? Let's see 100. Let's see 100. There you go. 100 million. 100 million from Cappy for Max. Excuse me. ARP currently leading the bid with 105 million. 105 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have any counter offers? Do we see any bids? Any counter bids?
yes, കഴിച്ചു.
Anyone with 110?
ബിഡിങ് വാറിലാണ് ബ്രോ. എനിക്ക് ഇനി
105 going once, 105 going twice, and that is sold.
144
Max
മില്യനെ
joins
ബാക്കിയുള്ളൂ.
ARP's
എനിക്ക്
team for 105
നാല് പ്ലെയർ ആണ്.
million.
4 1 2 3 4
Well, ARP still needs about 3 or 4 more players, and he has a budget of 350. So that's a fairly decent budget to fill in. But you'll have to see because we still have some big names coming up and some pretty good players. The next player we have is Ujwal. The next player we have is Ujwal. Ujwal, of course, is available through the whole tournament. He can play in left back, right back, wide midfield, and central midfield. And being tier 4, his bid starts at 10 million. Multiple bids at 10 million. Prashant raises to 12 million. Raj 14 million. Raj raises 14 million. Prashant raises 16 million. Raj raises 18 million. Prashant comes in with a big number, 30 million.
ഇത് ഇവരുടെ ലിങ്ക്
Do we see a bigger bid? Do we see a bigger bid?
സഫ
30
ലിങ്കിൽ
million.
കാണാം ടീമും
Any raise? Any
എത്ര
raise?
ബാക്കിയുണ്ടെന്ന്. ഓ സോറി ഒന്നുമില്ല.
Prashant with 30 million for Ujwal going once.
ഞാൻ ഈ ചാറ്റ് അല്ല നോക്കുന്നത്, ഞാൻ ആ
30 million
സെക്കൻഡറി
going
സ്ക്രീനിൽ
twice. And that
ഇവരുടെ
is
ചാനലിൽ
sold.
ഓരോ ടീമിന്റെ പ്ലേയേഴ്സും എത്ര ബാലൻസ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് അതൊക്കെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ചാറ്റ് വായിക്കാൻ സമയമില്ലാത്തത്. പിന്നെ സോറി എന്തിനു പറയുന്നത്?
And
ഞാനല്ലേ
I
സോറി
think that is guys at the gigs team. That is their team complete. He still has a budget of 58 million remaining. Well, you could have spent on the player. So let's see, 58 million. If that was real money, I would have definitely asked you for some. But next player we have is Vented Booch and Torres. The next player we have is Vented Booch. F Torres, yes. F Torres has not played with any team last season, but of course he can play on wings and the striker on both the wings and wide midfields. He's available through the whole tournament. Tier 4, the bidding starts at 10 million. Any opening bids? Any opening bids? Do we have any opening bids? Doesn't look like it. Well, Jams comes in with a 20 million. Well, that's 10 more than what was needed, but Jams currently leading with 20 million. 20 million for Torres. Cappy raises 22 million. 22 million for Cappy. Cappy with a bid for 22 million. There seems to be no raise. 22 million for Cappy going once, 22 million going twice, and that is sold. F Torres joins Cappy's team for 22 million. And the next player we have is Sujit Bhai. And of course, Sujit is a manager for Imperial Falcons. Played with them last season. And let's see, he's available through the whole tournament. He likes to play on the wide midfield, DMs, and striker. Tier 2, of course, the bidding starts at 70 million. And we have an opening bid from Prashant Sagar with 70 million. Do we have a raise? Noopsam raises 72 million. 72 million. 72 million. Prashant Sagar raises 74 million. Do we see a higher bid? Noopsam raises 76 million. Prashant Sagar raises 78 million. Adi, if you're with us.
Yeah, bro.
Yes, of course, I'm sure you know Sujit Bhai. What do you think would be a good amount, a fair amount? Because I'm definitely sure 80 or 100 million is very, very low.
Yeah, it's definitely very low. I would personally would love to see him go for around 150 million.
Right, having played with him a lot, well, I just joined in for a lot of casual sessions. I definitely know that he has a quality of someone. Well, at least if it were round one of auction, I think he would have gone for at least 300 million at a minimum, I would say.
Definitely. looking at the budgets the current managers have, I doubt if he's going,
But I
if
think at
he's
least
even touching.
150, yeah,
Mm,
150 is at least a good number for round three.
right.
Currently, Prashant Sagar with 110 leading the bidding, 110 million, 110 million. Prashant Sagar leading. Prashant Sagar with 110 million going once, going twice. Noopsom comes in with 115 million. Noopsom with a bid for 115 million, 115 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? 115 million, 115, 115. Do we have a raise? 115 million going once, 115 million going twice, and that is sold. Sujit joins Noopsom's team for 115 million, which, in my opinion, even in round three, is an absolute steal. And you're not just getting the player, Adi, you're also getting the experience that comes with him. And being the manager of Imperial Falcons and having played with him in different practice sessions and even as a casual fill in, he is definitely someone you want to have in your team as a leadership role, and not just the player he is.
Absolutely, absolutely agreed.
Next, we have Athar.
Another big name, another bank breaking player.
Excuse me, guys.
I'm not sure why he has mentioned level 40. It must be more than that. Can it,
Athar, of course, Athar, just to mention, guys, Athar has mentioned that he is partially available and has played with Phoenix last season. And tier 3, of course, it bid starts at 40 million. Cappy raises 44 million, 44 million. 44 million. Cappy currently reading 44 million going once, 44 million going twice, and that is sold.
somewhere or the other, I knew Cappy would bid for Athar.
Well, to be honest with you, Adi, I'm not completely familiar. Maybe I haven't played with him any practice sessions or fill-ins. Uh, Even for a partially available player, what do you make of this deal for 44 million?
Definitely, Athar, the player he has been part of Phoenix, and even before that, when we won the previous championship, SFPL, he was a very important player for us. So yeah, Cappy knows that, and it's a big steal for Athar, a player like Athar.
Right. The next player we have is Wamesi.
Is it a duplicate entry?
Just looking, I'm just trying to search through the
Yeah, it's a
list.
duplicate.
Yeah, I can't find the name. I think we'll just move on to the next player, who is Aman. Aman KPR. Right, Aman KPR, before anyone bids, Aman has mentioned that he is only partially available and he says he's just a chill guy. And I think he's just trying to follow the meme trends. But anyway, he plays at fullbacks, DMs, and wing position, has played with Carrington last season. Bid starts at 40 million tier 3. Do we have any opening bids? Again, managers, because there are a few players in this, there are some players who are partially available. So I would suggest we'll keep the countdown, to delay the countdown a little bit, but please wait for any information about availability. Right, Aman does go unsold. The next player we have is Rajkar. Catch. I'm sorry, Catch, yes, our Catch. Next player we have is our Catch. Um, do we can't seem to find the information on the list right here. Just give me a second. Could this be a duplicate entry? Can't seem to find the name.
No, this player is partly available.
Catch. Arcatch, yes, Arcatch has not played with any team previously. He's trying out at CB. He did mention that he's a newbie, um, and so he's trying out at CB. Current level is at 78. So any opening bets? Tier 3, 40 million. Do we have any opening bets? Doesn't look like it. Arcatch goes unsold. And the next player we have is Axel Blaze, Faraz, of course. Faraz has played with, well, Adi, I don't think it requires any introduction. But anyway, Faraz has played with Cruyff last season, won the SAFA Cup. Uh, well, he has filled in goalkeeper as well, but primarily he plays in the midfield. And tier 2 does begin at 70 million, and he is available through the entire tournament. ARP raises 72 million. 74. Prashant Sagar raises 74. Guys, let's see 80. Let's see 80. Yeah, I know we get it. I think we are going to go to 100 anyway. So anyone bold enough to hit 100 right away, get the
I
get the
would
psychological games out of the way.
I would love to see Faraz playing as a goalkeeper. I would love to see that.
Well, you know what? If you're gonna spend 150, 200 million and just for the memes, it's gonna be an expensive meme at round 3. Well, ARP currently leading with 105, 105. Do we see a race? ARP currently at 105 million, 105 million. Noobstorm raises 110, 110 million. ARP raises 115, 115 million, 115. Do we see a raise? Noobstorm raises 120, 120 million. ARP raises 120. Guys, let's see 150. Come on. ARP and Noobstorm, and I know you're going to fight it out anyway. Let's see 150. Come on, let's see 150, guys. Do we see a big number?
ഗാല വരുന്നോ ബ്രൈറ്റ് ഫോക്സ് ഇവിടെ ഇല്ല 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 ബ്രോ ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടേ ഉള്ളൂ ബ്രോ ഇത് ഓപ്ഷൻ
Enough of this psychological games.
എനിക്ക്
Let's
ഇനി
see
4
150.
പ്ലേയേഴ്സും കൂടെ മേടിക്കണം
Well, ARP currently leading with
പെട്ടെന്ന് മേടിച്ച്
125.
തീരുവാണെങ്കിൽ അവർ സ്റ്റിൽ കളിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വരാം
Noobstorm raises 130,
താങ്ക് യു
130
ഫോർ
million,
ഇൻവൈറ്റിംഗ് ബ്രോ
130
താങ്ക് യു
million,
ഫോർ
135. ARP raises 135. 135 million, 135 million going strong. Do we have any counterweights? Do we have any raise? 135, 135, 135. Noobstorm raises 140, 140. 145. ARP raises 145, 145. ARP leading 145, 145 million. ARP 145 million going once, 145. Noobstorm raises 150, 150 million. 150, 150 million. Noobstorm currently with a bid 150, 155. ARP raises 155, 155 million. Do we have a raise? Do we see a counter bid? Counter bid 155, 155 million. 155 million. The countdown has begun. 155 million going once, 155 million going twice, and that is sold. Axel Blaze Faraz joins ARP's team for 155 million. Adi, I think that is a fair price for round 3.
Yeah, I believe that would be a fair price.
I think round 1 he would have gone for at least 250, 300, but for round 2 I would say 150 is at so late into round 3. I think it's a pretty decent price.
Definitely, considering the budget every manager has, 155 million seems like the perfect price.
Right, the next player we have is Kaepernick. Kaepernick has played for Infernal Direwolf last season. His pro level is currently 90. He plays at centre back, full backs, and striker, and he is available through the whole tournament. Tier 3, of course, starts at 40 million. 40 million. Any bids for 40 million? Yes, we have. Mehdi raises 42, 42 million. 42 million. 42 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Mehdi with 42 million, 42 million. Mehdi leading with 42 million. Doesn't seem like there's any bids coming in. 42 million. 42 million going once. Oh, Jojo comes in with a bid. 44 million. 44 million. Do we see a raise? Do we have a counterbid? Mehdi raises 50 million, 50 million. Mehdi with a bid for 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? 52. Jojo raises 52 million. Excuse me. Mehdi raises 60 million, 60 million for Katanek, 60 million for Mehdi. Noopsom comes in with 62 million, 62 million. 70, Jojo raises 70 million, 70 million straight away.
Okay.
Mehdi
Okay.
raises 775, but I don't think that is. Well, that was clearly a typo, and I don't think you have the budget for it.
Still
72
have.
million. Mehdi raises 72
He
million.
still have. He still have.
Well, I think that is clearly a typo. I think we can agree on that. let's not break his bank right away.
He does have the balance.
Well, what do we do now?
Let's have a vote from the managers, shall we? Should we
Well,
count it as a valid valid bid?
I don't think that's going to count. Team SAFA has confirmed that is not going to sound currently at 72. 72 million. Do we have any counter bid? 72 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Anyone for 72 and higher? 74 and higher. Does look like it's 72 million going once. Jojo comes in, raises 74 million. Mehdi raises 76 million. 76 million. 76 million, Mehdi with 76 million going once, 76 million going twice. Jojo comes in at the last second, raises 78 million. 78 million. Mehdi raises 84 million. 84 million. Mehdi with 84 million going once, 84 million going twice, and that is sold. Katanek joins Mehdi for 84 million. Well, Adi, is this auction round 3 or drama round 3? I'm not sure at this moment.
Few managers would debate on the 775 bid. Oh,
Well, I've seen less drama on Love Island UK. Don't ask me why I was that. But anyway, the next player we have is Fluffy Panda. Fluffy Panda, of course, is only partially available. He hasn't played with any team last season. His bot is, of course, level 100, and he plays at DM, center mid, cam, anywhere in the central midfield. And he starts at tier 4, and he's only partially available. Tier 4 bids start at 10 million. Anyone for 10 million? Okay, Jams comes in with a bid for 10 million. 10 million, we have the first bid. Jams with a bid for 10 million. 14, Maya Prakash raises 14 million. 14 million, Maya Prakash currently leading the bid 14 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a higher bid? Do we have counters? 16, Jams raises 16 million. 16 million, 18, Maya Prakash raises 18 million. 18 million. Do we have a counter bids? Do we have any counter offers? Jams backs out. Currently, Maya Prakash leading the race 18 million. 18 million going once, 18 million going twice, and that is sold. Fluffy Panda joins Maya Prakash's team for 18 million. And the next player we have is, well, as I can see, Maya Prakash still has the fairly decent budget, and he still only needs just one player to fill the team, and he has about 150 million. And at this point in the auction, that is a good amount to have for just one player.
yeah, you can easily get a tier 2 player. Easily.
Well, I'm not going to read the whole name, but Will. Again,
Will and then Wilcock.
I was born at night, not last night. I've played these word games before, so you can't catch me. So Will, let's see. Will, of course, has not played in SAFA last season, but he is available through the whole tournament. He is Australian Chinese, as he mentions, but he can play in left back, right back, and anywhere in the wide positions. Left back, left mid, right wing, left wing. And his bid starts at 10 million. Any opening bids? Any opening bids? Well, I have played with this player before, so at least he is there for the practice. But any opening bids? Any opening bids? Anyone? Okay, we have couple of, we need a raise. Okay, Noob Storm raises 12 million. 12 million. 12 million. Noob Storm with a bid for 12 million. 12 million. Raj immediately backs out. Noob Storm with a bid for 12 million. 12 million going once. 12 million going twice, and that is sold. Pazuzu joins Noob Storm's team for 12 million. Well, I mean, if you're gonna spend 12 million for a funny name, I think it's worth it, Adi. Just for the memes.
Probably. Who knows? Even Noobstar might know this person. You never
Could
know.
be that could be as well. Next player we have is Tushar. Like, Tushar hasn't played with any team last season. His build is currently 87, but he is only partially available. But he does say he's a good player, and he's tier 4, so the bidding starts at 10 million. 10 million. Jams raised 10 million. Raj raises for 12 million. 12 million. Do we have a counter offer? Jams raises 14 million. Raj raises 16 million. 16 million. Do we have a counter offer? My Prakash raises 20 million. 20 million. Raj raises 22 million. 22 million. Do we have a counter offer? Do we have a counter bid? 24 million. Maya Prakash raises 24 million. 24 million for Tushar. James backs out. Maya Prakash currently leading with 24 million. Jaraj also backs out. Maya Prakash leading 24 million for Tushar. 24 million going once, 24 million going twice, and that is sold. Tushar joins Maya Prakash's team for 24 million. Well, I think Maya Prakash still has how much? I guess 130 million for another player. Uh,
Right.
well, maybe I just outed Maya Prakash in front of all the managers. If he's gonna go big for other. Well, next we have it's Copper Guy. Just a second, trying to find the details in here. Yes, of course. He has played with Blitzkrieg Academy last season. Is available through the whole tournament, and starts at tier 1, which is of course 100 million.
Also a part of Vikings FC before last season. Probably was the top scorer of Vikings, if I remember.
Noob Storm raises 105 million. 105 million. Noob Storm currently leading 105 million going once, 105 million going twice, and that is sold.
Wow, wow, wow. That is what you call steal. That is exactly what you call steal. Wow.
Copper Guy joins Noob Storm's team for 105 million.
Total steal. Wow.
Well, I mean, irrespective of what round of the auction it is, and irrespective of if they're available or even partially available, which of course Copper Guy is available through the whole tournament. A tier 1 player with just 5 million over the starting price is a steal in like every day of the day, every day of the week.
Definitely a player like him who He controls the attack with his skills. He's a proper skiller, mind it. He won't be using a taller bot. He will be using a shorter bot, and he will just spam those skills for 5-star skills. I've
Right, the next player we
defended
have
against him.
is
Yeah, I can remember. It was a very difficult time for me
next player we
personally
have
defending against
is
him.
Drexel, who of course needs no introduction. But before managers bid, please wait. I do want to mention that Drexel has informed us that he's only partially available through the tournament. His bid starts at 100 million, tier 1, of course. So please remember that Drexel is only partially available. Bids start at 100 million, tier 1. Do we have any opening bids? Okay, Adi, even for 100 million. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're having bids now. Okay, we have a tiebreaker. We need a bigger number. Do we see 120? 120 maybe? Let's bump it up to 120. There you go. ARP raises 120, 120 million. Rezu raises 150 million. 150 million from Rezu. Rezu currently reading 150 million. 150 million. ARP raises 155, 155 million. 155, 155. 160. It seems like Rezu does not have the budget. Could we get a check on that? But okay, he does. Okay,
Russia
let's
has 300 million.
okay. ARP. Will
Guys, can we stop messaging on the chat, please?
okay. The current bid is at 160 for Resu. 160. Resu with a bid for 160 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? 160 million as it stands. 160 million from Resu for Drexel. 160 million going once. 160 million going twice. And that is, oh, we have a bid from ARP at the very last second. 165. 165. Resu raises 170. Resu raises 170. Resu with a bid for 170. Do we see a raise? Do we see a counter bid? Counter bid, anyone? Resu with 170 for Drexel. 170 million going once. 170 million going twice. And that is sold. Drexel joins Resu's team for 170 million. Well, Adi, for partially available this late into the auction, what do you make of this? Now, I'm slightly doubtful about this signing, but of course, they might have had a conversation. I'm not sure. They did play together. But what do you make of this?
I believe the managers know what they are doing. They must have a conversation, like you mentioned. ARP and Rasio from the same team. They must have had a conversation with the player beforehand.
Like the next player we have is Shimahin. Shimahin has not played with any team last season. His bot is level 100. He is tier 3, but he is only partially available. He can play at CB, center back, DM, center mid, and RDM. I would say RDM and DM is the same thing mostly, but okay, all the defensive positions, but he is partially available. So, tier 3, 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Doesn't look like it. Any opening bids from any managers? 40 million. 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Doesn't look like it. And Shimahin goes unsold. The next player we have is Tours TCG. Well, Tours TCG, it says Junior. The name says Junior. Junior is available through the whole tournament. He primarily plays at centre back, right back, left back, and DM. He does say that he's new to this, but I'm a defensive wall. Cold-blooded tackles. So if any manager is looking for a player that is, very defensive minded, you might want to look into this player. And tier 4, of course, starts at 10 million. We have a current bid from Raj at 14 million. 14 million. Do we have a raise? Do we see? Okay, Dhanush raises 16 million. 16 million. Do we see a bigger number? 18 million. Do we see 20 million? Anyone? Whenever we do, Raj and Dhanush raises, everyone raises, of course. We have bidding war between Raj and Dhanush. 28 million. Dhanush currently leading 28 million. 28 million. 28 million going once. 28 million going twice. And Mukesh comes in at the very last second with 30 million. 30 million. Mukesh leading with 30 million. 30 million from Mukesh. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? Dhanush, on our end, it does say that Mukesh's bid came in before the last countdown. So it is going to stand Mukesh with a bid for 30 million. Mukesh with a bid for 30 million for Junior. Dhanush raises 32 million. 32 million. 32 million. Dhanush currently leading 32 million. 32 million going once, 32 million going twice. And Mukesh again comes in at the very last second with 40 million. Mukesh raises 40 million. 40 million. Do we see a raise? Do we see a counter bid? And Dhanush backs out. Mukesh currently leading with 40 million. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and that is sold. Junior joins Mukesh's team for 40 million. Excuse me. And the next player we have is Anil. Anilka? Or is it just Anil? Well, either way.
La 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 la.
Just trying to find. Yes. Anilka has played with APX last season and he is available through the whole tournament. He prefers playing in CM and DM, primarily focuses on playing Tiki Taka, and his bot is currently level 100. And he is tier 3, so the bids start at 40 million. 40 million, do we have any opening bids? 40 million, 40 million, do we have any opening bids? And the countdown has begun. Do we have any opening bids? Doesn't seem like it. And that is it. Anilka goes unsold. The next player we have is Wizmania. Wizmania has not played with any team last season, but he is only partially available and he can play in centre back, DM, and wing positions. His build is only 70, but he's only partially available. And he is tier 2, so the bids start at 70 million. Do we have any opening bids?
He was part of Phoenix FC last season, but in the middle of the season, during the transfer window, he left Phoenix. So for the first half of the season, he was part of Phoenix FC.
Well, I think he was focusing on ending the season, so he has not mentioned anything. But fair play.
He's a
Do we
great
have any
ultimate
opening
team
bids?
player. So he was focusing on his ultimate team skills.
Right. There is a bid. Noobstorm does have a bid, opening bid for 70 million. Noobstorm with a bid for 70 million.
I
70
believe
million going once, 70 million going twice, and that is sold. Adi, I'm not familiar with Westmania. Before during the first half of the season, I wasn't very active in the community. What do you think of this signing for a player that is partially available?
he is a great centre back. He's a great defender, I've played with him side by side. He will he will really be a great use in at the back line.
Right, the next player we have is Chill Messiah. Chill Messiah, of course, has not played with any team last season, but he is available through the whole tournament. He is in tier 3, but he is focused on playing primarily in the midfield. Can play anywhere in the midfield, wide positions and central, and he has a full build. And having played with him, I would say he is a fairly calm player in the midfield. So I think managers should consider him. But of course, you'll have to consider your budget into play and see how that works out for you. 40 ARP raises 42 million, 42 million. 44 million, 44 million from Mehdi. Mehdi ARP raises 46 million. 48, Mehdi raises 48 million, 48 million. 4850 ARP raises 50 million, 50 million. Mehdi raises 52 million. 54 ARP raises 54 million. 54, there's quite a battle going on between them. 58, 56, 58, multiple bids coming in. Come on, do we see a bigger number? Can we hit 80? Can we hit 80? Let's hit 80 and get the debate over with. 68, Mehdi currently with 68. 70, ARP raises 70 million. 72, Mehdi raises 72 million, 72 million. 80, ARP raises up to 80 million, 80 million. Mehdi raises 82 million. 80, ARP raises 86 million. 86 million. 86 million. Do we have any counter bid? Do we have a raise? 86 million going once, 86 million going twice, and that is sold. Chill Messiah joins ARP's team for 86 million. Adi, I know I have just mentioned a couple of lines about this player, but I think that is a decent price for this player. Of course, he has a lot of potential. Because it's not just about playing the game; it's also about improving with the team. And I think there's a fair price for a player who has a lot of potential. Next, we have
Okay.
Suhan. Suhan has not played with any team. He says he's new to clubs, but he's an experienced ultimate team player. He primarily plays at left back, right back, and wide positions and central midfield. He starts at tier 4, so that is 10 million. It looks like we already have the bidding. 14 million. Raj currently with 14. Dhanush raises 20 million. 20 million from Dhanush. Raj raises 22 million. 22 million. 22 million. 24. Dhanush raises 24 million. ARP raised 26. Raj raised 28 million. 28 million. Do we see a raise? Do we see a 30? Do we see a 30 or higher? 30. Dhanush raised 30 million. Dhanush with a bid for 30 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? 32. ARP raises 32 million. 34 million. Dhanush with a bid for 34 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a higher bid? 34 million. ARP raises 36 million. ARP raises 36 million. Dhanush backs out. ARP currently leading 36 million. 36 million. 36 million. ARP currently with 36 million leading. 36 million going once, 36 million going twice, and that is sold. And I think against the budget of 174 million, ARP needs at least one more player to complete his team. Well, to at least be eligible. Well, the next player we have is Escanor. Canor. Of course, I don't think needs any introduction, right? But let's see. Escanor.
Mehdi has been relatively quiet in this set.
Just a second, guys. I'm trying to find Escanor's details over here. Adi, could you just look into it because I'm not able to find Escano's details in this. Okay, it's at the very bottom. Okay, I think there might be a small glitch in that. But of course, Escanor does play at CB. He is available through the whole tournament. But I think it didn't even matter because the managers already started bidding for him. But of course, yes,
And
Mehdi
I believe
currently.
Mehdi woke up after I mentioned his name.
Well, he's in the bidding game now. Mehdi currently leading with 88 million. 88 million. Prashant Sagar comes in with 90 million, 92, 92. Mehdi raises 92 million, 94. 94 million, 94 million, 96. Mehdi raises 96 million. Prashant and Mehdi raises to 105, 105 million from Mehdi. Mehdi raises 105. Could we also keep a check on the budgets, please, in the meantime, just so that the managers are not getting carried away. Mehdi currently dealing 105 million, 105 million going once, twice, and that is sold. Escanor joins Mehdi's team for 105 million. And that is a good deal, even in third round of the this late into the third round. That is a pretty good deal.
Yep, Mehdi still
Well,
needs 4 players.
the next player we have is Bex and Zizou. Zizou, again, I think another player does not need an introduction. Right, has played with Imperial Falcons last season. Is currently he's available through the whole tournament, and excuse me. Well, he was one of the top playmakers of last season in the SAFA League, and he can play any wide midfields and attacking mid and wingers. So he does start at tier 2, which is 70 million. So do we have any bids? Do we have any opening bids? Any opening bids for Parth? Okay, it doesn't looks like it. Doesn't look like it, but Bex and Zizou goes unsold. And the next player is Psycho Joker, another player from Imperial Falcons, their main striker, top scorer, well, one of the top scorers of the league. Well, Psycho Joker, let me check. Well, he is available through the whole tournament, and he's a golden ball striker. I think he did play in Conference B. He was the top striker. He can play in striker. He says he also can play in centre back, and he is available through the whole tournament. And looks like Mehdi and Joker both want him right now. Mehdi goes for 42 million. 42 million. 42 million. Mehdi raises 46. Jojo 44, but Mehdi raises 46 million. 46 million. ARP comes in with 48. Oh, Cappy raises straight away 60 million. Cappy straight away raises 60 million. See, these are the kind of raises we want. That immediately takes out all of these bluffers. Okay, we don't want any sort of psychological game this deep. Just want to get this thing over with. Mehdi raises 64 million. Cappy multiple bids for 66. We need a raise. Mehdi 68 million. 68 million. 68 million. Do we have any counterbids? Cappy raises 70 million. We have a bid from 70 million from Cappy for Psycho Joker. Mehdi raises 72 million. Cappy raises 74. Mehdi raises 76 million. Mehdi currently leading 76 million. Do we have a raise? Do we see a bigger number? 78. Cappy raises 78. Mehdi comes up 80 million. 80 million for Psycho Joker from Mehdi. Do we see a bigger number? Do we see a bigger bid? Any counters? Mehdi 80 million for Psycho Joker going once, 80 million going twice. Cappy comes in at the very last second for 82 million. 82 million from Cappy. 82 million. But other managers, if you're looking for a striker, is probably one of the best in the league. he was the top scorer of Conference B last season. So I'm not sure why there's just 2 or 3 managers fighting for him. But Mehdi currently leading with 84, 84 million, 84 million, 84 million, 84 million going once, 84 million going twice, and that is sold. Psycho Joker joins Mehdi's team for 84 million. Adi, I think you're familiar with Psycho Joker. What do you make of this deal?
I'm not sure about the player. I can't really comment on that.
Well, he was the top scorer from Conference B last season.
Yeah, I wasn't active last season.
Well, I would say he could have gone for 100, 120 or higher, but that is a
Okay.
fairly good deal for Mehdi. Anyway, the next player we have is Kazi. The next player we have is Kazi. Kazi, of course, has played with Infernal Direwolf last season, and he is available through the whole tournament. He was the team of the season, and he can play in left mid, right mid, striker, and wing positions. Tier 2 starts at 70 million, of course. Okay, we have an opening bid from Jojo, 70 million. 70 million from Jojo. 70 million from Jojo going once, 70 million going twice, and that is sold. Kazi joins Jojo's team for 70 million. The next player we have is Asfar Leila. Right, Asfar Leila is a Malaysian player. He is only partially available, but he does play left back, right back, striker, and wing positions. Tier 4, of course, starts at 10. He is partially available. Tier 4 starts at 10. Jojo bids in for 10 million. 10 million. Do we have a counter bid? 10 million. Dhanush raises 12 million. 12 million. 12 million. Dhanush raises 12 million. 12 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a higher number? Dhanush with 12 million going once. Okay, Jojo comes in with a bid 14 million. 14 million. We have a raise 14 million. Jams comes in with a surprise bid 16 million. Dhanush breaks it 18 million. 18 million. 18 million from Dhanush. Do we have a raise? Jams raises 20 million. 20 million. Jams currently leading with 20 million. 20 million. Jams currently leading with 20 million. 20 million going once. 20 million going twice. And that is sold. Asfar Leila joins Saib's team Choco 11 for 20 million.
Can you just say the balance of other managers along with how many players needed?
We can just go through that right now if every manager is fine with it. Just take a few minutes to go through that. Okay, it looks like Virus is going to replace ARP for the bids from now on.
Yeah, we can go through the budget and the remaining players.
Right. So right now, Mehdi needs to sign at least 3 more players and a maximum of 4, and he still has 574 million. So he's in a really good position right now, probably the best position you want to be in. But the question is, are the other managers going to let you sign those players the way you want them to? Next, guys at the gig, well, don't need to say anything. They already completed the team. Prashant Sagar's team still needs to sign 3 more players against a budget of 321 million. So that's a fairly decent budget at this stage to fill in the team. Maya Prakash has completed team, but he can sign 1 more player and he has a budget of 128 million. Raj has a budget of 158, but he needs to sign at least 3 more players. So that will be a little tough for him, but we'll have to wait and see.
One doubt.
ARP is also
One doubt. So what if a player, a manager buys overbids? So if the highest player goes away, right? When will that player get sold?
That will have to
After the end of set 3.
After?
After the end of set 3, all the unsold players and the released players will be put together.
So when it's released, when will the budget be allocated?
Sorry?
Like when will the budget be allocated?
Now, after end of the you can only release after the end of set 3.
Okay.
Okay, next we have ARP's team who still needs to buy one player at a minimum for, and he has a budget of 74 million. Then Dhanush who needs two more players against a budget of 58. So that is going to be tough. But of course we do have a lot of players available as well. Next, Mukesh, who has completed his team and still has a budget of 230 million. So he can go all out for that last player. We'll have to see how that pans out. Milton has not signed a player in a while right now, but he still needs one more player, but he can sign up to two, and he has a budget of 138 million. Next, we have Cappy. Cappy has a budget of 95 million left, and he needs to sign at least two more players. Excuse me. Jojo, he needs to sign three more players and up to four more players, but he only has a budget of 74 million. So this is going to be really tough for him. So it'll be interesting how he manages to fill up his team. Uh, Sagar needs to sign just one more player up to two players, and he has a budget of 130 million. So should be smooth sailing for him. Saib, again, James representing him, needs to sign at least two more players, and he only has a budget of 61 million. So that is going to be a little tough. Next, we have Noobstorm, who only needs three more players, but has a budget of 423 million. So I think Noobstorm and Mehdi are going to go at it in this last few players that we have left. But then
But
Mukesh also has just one player to fill up, and he doesn't have to fill up, so he can play all the psychological games he wants to, and still back it up. So it's going to be an interesting last 1 hour of betting here.
but another interesting thing to consider here is, and I would like all the managers to pay attention here. If my calculations are correct, I calculated that all summing up the minimum players required for all the teams, it's 24 players that all the teams summed up require at a minimum to fill in to have 13 players, and we still have only 19 players left for set 3. That means a minimum of 5 players would be released anyway at the end. Something to consider at the end, if my calculations are correct. What do you
Right.
say?
Well, I'm going to leave the managers to decide on how they're going to manage. Some managers are in a really good position with their budget and the players they need or don't need, while some managers, of course, are in a position where they might fall victims to some of those psychological mind games.
So right now you cannot allow any player to go unsold. Okay, let's move
Right.
ahead.
The next player we have is Rio the Gamer. Of course, one of the most active members in the community. Somehow always is ready to play a match. I don't know how he's that available, but he is a player that is very much available to have a game. Uh, let's see. Just trying to get the information. Just give me a second. Yes. Rio is available through the whole tournament. He has written a whole essay. We're not going to get into that. But he has played with Infernal Dival last season. Starts at tier 3, which is 40 million. Dhanush starts off the bidding with 40 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? Do we have a counter bid? Dhanush currently leading. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice. And that is sold. I think Jojo's bid has come after the timer has gone. I don't think it is going to stand. Rio is sold to Dhanush team for 40 million. Right, the next player we have is Tim. Right, Tim is available through the whole tournament. He can play in striker, left wing, right wing. His build is currently at 99, and he says he's a killer. So I don't know what that means. Maybe we have a serial killer on our hand, but he's in tier 4, which means bidding starts at 10 million. 12 million. Dhanush raises to 12 million. 12 million. Do we have a counterbid? 12 million. Excuse me. Cappy raises 14 million. Dhanush raises 18 million. 18 million. Cappy raises 20 million. 20 million. Cappy raises 20 million. Do we see a counterbid? Cappy raises 20 million. 20 million going once. 20 million going twice. And that is sold. Tim Werner joins Cappy's team for 20 million. Well, considering how much Chelsea bought him for, I think that is a steal. Well, the next player we have is Nushad. Yes, Nushad has played with Lols last season. He is available through the whole tournament. He can play in left mid, right mid, striker, and wing positions. He is tier 3, so the bidding starts at 40 million. Tier 3, the bid starts at 40 million. Excuse me. 40 million. Do we have an opening bid? Any opening bids for 40 million? Do we have any opening bids for Nushad at 40 million? It doesn't look like it. No bids for Nushad as of yet. And that is it. Nushad goes unsold. And the next player we have is Itanagar. Itanagar has played in last season. He just wrote yes. I don't know. He says he's an average player. He is partially available. Can play in centre back, DM, and CM. And he is tier 3, so the bid starts at 40 million. Do we have any opening bids for Itanagar? I'm Junvik. Well, there you go. Okay, Prashant Sagar bids 40 million. 40 million for Itanagar. 40 million from Prashant Sagar. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? Cappy raises 42 million. 42 million. Cappy raises 42. Prashant Sagar raises 44 million. 44 million. Cappy raises 50 million. Prashant Sagar. Okay, they're going right at it. Multiple bids coming in. Keep raising each other. Well, Adi, is this Prashant and Cappy just showing off their budgets? That, oh, look, I have money.
If this were the case, then where is Noob Storm and Mehdi? They have even more budget.
Well, probably going to show off later on.
Maybe.
But Cappy currently leading with 74 million. Prashant Sagar is 76 million. Well, it seems pretty clear that they definitely want to sign this player. So, something to consider. Prashant Sagar leading the bid with 76 million going once, 76 million going twice, and that is sold. Itanagar, I'm Junvik, joins Prashant Sagar's team for 76 million. And the next player we have is Ronben. Ronben has played with the LA Galacticos last season. He is available through the whole tournament. And when asked for a comment about his playstyle, he said no comments. So, a proper politician there. He can play at centre back, right back, left back, and DM positions. Tier 3, the bidding starts at 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Excuse me. Do we have any opening bids for Ronben? Mukesh does bid 40 million. 40 million from Mukesh for Ronwen. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and that is sold. Okay, looks like Cappy came in at the very last second. Excuse me, guys, I'm so sorry. Cappy came in at the very last second to raise 42 million. 42 million. Cappy currently leading 42 million for Ronwen. 42 million. 42 million. Mukesh raises 44 million. 44 million. Do we have a counter raise? Counter raise. Mukesh with 44.
I wonder why Mukesh is not going for any tier 1 players.
Well, I'm not. Right now, Mukesh is leading with 44 million. 44 million going once, 44 million going twice, and that is sold. I think that is a very weird signing, if I'm being really
Very
honest.
weird, yeah. There
I
are
mean,
more tier 1 players coming up.
yeah, and you have a budget of 230 million, 240 million, and you don't have to sign anyone. And we have some tier 1 and tier 2 players coming in. And
Yeah, honestly, if I were him, I would have waited till the unsold players because some of the most expensive players would be released from their respective teams. They are gonna be released. So I would have waited, honestly, if I were him, I would have waited to sign a top tier 1 player from the unsold players list.
so again, bad judgment there, but let's move on. The next player we have is
186 million left. Wow.
Unique Zodiac. Unique Zodiac has not played with any team last season. He starts at tier 4. He can play cam, striker, and wing positions. Starting bid 10 million. Do we have any bids?
It's
Do we have any
partially
opening bids?
available.
Now he says he is available throughout the tournament. He's available through the whole tournament, as he says. Jams with a bid for 22 million. Raj raises 24 million. Jams raises 26 million. 26 million. Raj raises 28 million. Raj with a bid for 28 million. Jams raises 30 million. Excuse me. Raj raised 34 million. Do we have a counter raise? Jams backs out. Raj currently leading 34 million. 34 million going once, 34 million going twice, and that is sold. Unique Zodiac joins Raj's team for 34 million. And the next player we have is Kazua. I think a lot of most of the community knows him as Sappy. Let's see. Kazua. Let's see. Let me get the details up. Yes, Sappy does say he's only partially available. Last season he has played with Bandana. But the good thing, as I know him personally as well, which is he can play pretty much every position in the on the field, including goalkeeper. But of course, he's only partially available. So that is something that the managers have to keep in mind. But at the same time, he is a great utility player who can fill in pretty much every single position on the pitch. So, okay, we have a first bid. Milton bids 40 million. 40 million. Milton out of the blue all of a sudden. He does say I'm true blue. Milton with a bid for 40 million. 40 million going once. 40 million going twice. Noobstone comes in with a bid 42 million. 42 million. Raises 42. 42. 44. Milton raises 44. 44 million. 44 million. Milton with a bid for 44 million. 44 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? Milton with a bid for 44, going once, going twice, and that is sold. Sapi or Kazwa joins Milton's team for 44 million. Well, I would say that's a fairly decent signing for a good utility player who can play a lot of positions. Not bad to have. But of course, that availability might be an issue, but that's something they'll look into it. Oz UV. The next player we have is Oz UV. Oz UV has played for Athletic Kolkata last season. He's available through the whole tournament. He can play in centre back, DM, and wing positions. And he's tier 3, so the bid starts at 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Okay, Maya Prakash, again tier 3, which is a minimum bid of 40. Okay, 40 million, that will count. Maya Prakash opens the bidding with 40 million. 40 million. 40 million. Do we have counter raise? 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and that is sold. Oz UV joins Maya Prakash's team for 40 million. And I think that is Maya Prakash's team completed. So
Yep, 14 players done for him.
right, he can just relax now. But if you have the budget, just keep in mind. Well, I guess he can't sign anyone. The next player we have
Correct.
is unfinished user. That unfinished user did play with Blitzkrieg last season. Can play at DM, centre mid, striker, and wingers as well as cam. And he's available through the whole tournament. Bidding starts at 40 million, tier 3. Do we have any opening bids? Tier 3, 40 million. Do we have any opening bids for unfinished user? Countdown has begun. Do we have any opening bids? And it does not look like it. Unfinished user goes unsold. Right, the next player we have is Samuel. The next player we have is Samuel. Samuel, of course, did play with Smoking Aces last season. He plays as the striker, plays a very heavy build, but also he says he can play DM as well as left wing and right wing. And he is available through the whole tournament. Tier 3, the bidding starts at 40 million. Do we have any openings? Opening bids? Do we have any opening bids for Samuel? 40 million. We have the first bid, Prashant Sagar with 40 million. Virus raises, of course, Virus representing ARP, raises 42 million. 42 million, Prashant Sagar raises 44 million. 44 million. 46, Virus raises 46 million. 46, do we have another raise? 48, Prashant Sagar raises 48 million. 50 million, 50 million. We have another raise, 52. Well, Adi, I think you've played against this player, Samuel.
Probably not. I don't recollect.
Okay. Well, I'll just say that with this heavy build, definitely striker that gives defenses problems. Okay, there's a bidding war going on between Prashant Sagar and Virus. Nobody wants to back down. For Prashant Sagar currently with a bid for 72 million. The countdown has started. 72 million. Virus raises 74 million. Prashant raises 76 million. Do we have another raise? 76 million going once, 76 million going twice, and that is sold. Samuel joins Prashant Sagar's team for 76 million. And I would say, just having played against Samuel as a centre back, maybe 76 could be, but fairly okay signing at this point, I would say. Just fill up the team. Next, we have X-Mom mentality, of course, is Nick. Well, I can already see a lot of everyone ready to bid in. Well, Resu just says the 130 is all he has left. I think he goes all in. Well, do we have a raise on 130? 130. Do we have a raise on 130? And I think this is a point where you could have gone with your last 230 million that he had,
Exactly.
and
Yes.
because not all managers have that amount. Okay, Mehdi raises 170 million, 170 million. Mehdi with 170. Nupsam raises 175. Guys, let's say 200. Come on. Virus says 74 all in, but okay, let's keep push you aside. Okay, 185. Nupsam says 185. Let's say 200, guys. Come on, let's go 200. You know that everyone's gonna bid anyway. 190. Mehdi says 190. 190 million. 190 million. Mehdi with 190 million. Nupsam raises 195. 195. 195. Mehdi raises 300 million. A big number. Now we have to see if there's going to be raise. Okay, Nupsam raises 305. 305. 305. Mehdi raises 305. Mehdi 350. Mehdi raises 350. 350 million straight away. Mehdi with a bid for 350 million. And I think that is going to be it. Do we even need a countdown, or is there going to be a last second coup? Okay, Mehdi
Wow.
with 350 million going once, 350 million going twice, and that is sold. Cernic joins Mehdi's team for 350 million. Well, Adi, even on day 3, I think that's a fair amount. Considering I think a lot of managers were keeping some money saved for Nick specifically.
Right.
Right, the next player we have is Aniket.
I wonder how much you would have gone for if it were day one.
Well, 500 easy, I think.
I guess, yeah.
Aniket, the next player we have is Aniket. Right, Aniket FC is available for the whole tournament. He can play DM, CM, striker, and winger and cam as well. He starts at tier 4, which is 10 million. Okay, Jojo raises 14 million, 14 million. Do we have a raise? Jams raises 16 million, 16 million. 16 million. Jojo raises 18 million. Jojo raises 18 million. Do we have a counter? Jams raises 20 million. 20 million. Do we have a counter bid? 20. Jojo raises 22 million. 22 million. 22. Jojo 22 million. Do we have a counter bid? Jams backs out. Jojo with the bid for 22 million. 22 million. 22 million going once, 22 million going twice, and that is sold. Aniket joins Jojo's team for 22 million. Jojo, of course, needs to sign at least 2 more players. So we'll have to see. The next player we have is Zerial. Zerial did play with Carrington last season. He says he primarily plays DM, striker, and center forward as a false nine. And he is available through the whole tournament. Starts at tier 3, 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Any opening bids? Do we have any opening bids? I think the countdown has started. Do we have any opening bids? Noobstorm bids 40 million. Opens the bidding 40 million from Noobstorm. 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and sold. Zerial joins Noobstorm's team for 40 million. Well, he still has 380 million for 2 more players, so I don't know if he's gonna save that money for how long. But next we have is Pup Stomper.
And only 6 players are left.
The next player we have is Pup Stomper, who played with Phoenix, but he's only partially available. He says he's barely played this year. But he does play in goalkeeper, left back, right back, DM, and CM. His build is only 45. So do we have any opening bets for 40 million? 40 million, 40 million. It doesn't seem like it. And Pup Stomper goes unsold. Right, the next player we have is Rishabh Singh. Of course, do we need an introduction? Rishabh did play with Blue Tigers last season. He is available through the whole tournament. Can play left mid, right mid, DM, and cam. And the bid starts at 70 million. Do we have any opening bids for 70 million? Prashant Sagar bid 70 million, 70 million, 70 million. Do we have any raise? 74. Cappy raises 74, 74 million. 74. 76. Prashant Sagar raises 76, 76. Looks like Cappy backs out. 76. Prashant Sagar with 76 million, 76 million. Do we see a raise? Do we see a raise? 76 million going once, 76 million going twice. And that is sold. I think Milton's bid came in a little too late. I don't think that is going to stand. And Rishabh Singh is sold to Prashant Sagar for 76 million. And that's a pretty good deal, man. All things
Yeah.
considered, even this late into the round 3, I think this will. Arun, Team SAFA, if you could get a clarification on that, in case that needs addressing. Could we get a confirmation on
Can we
that?
restart the bid at 76 million?
Okay, the bid restarts at 76 million. Milton, if you could put in your bid right now. The bid we restart for Rishabh Singh at 76 million. 76 million. 80. Milton raises the bid for 80 million. 80 million. Prashant Sagar raises 82 million. 82 million. 82 million. Do we have a raise? 82 million from Prashant Sagar. 82. Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Rezu bids in 84. 84. That's a surprise bid. But Rezu bids 84. Prashant raises 86. 86. Rezu raises 98. 98. Sorry, 90. 90. Prashant Sagar raises 92. 92 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? Prashant Sagar leading with 92. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have any more raise? I think that, yes, there we go. 92 million going once, 92 million going twice, and that is sold. Well, the same outcome, just a few more extra steps. Anyway, right, the next player we have is Arun. Of course, Arun played with MB Unified last season. Tier 2 starts at 70 million. Okay, we have two bids at 72 million. Raise 74, 74, 74, 74, 76, 76, 76. Can we get a raise? Can we get a raise? Let's say 80. There you go. Raise it's 80 million. 80 million. Do we have a raise? 82 million for Arun. 82 from Raj. 82 million. 90. Rezu raises 90 million. Nupsam comes with 100. Mehdi raises 130. 130 million. 130 million. Do we have a raise on this? Mehdi Nupsam raises 140 million. 140 million. 145. Mehdi raises 145 million. Do we have a raise? Do we have a counter bid? Mehdi with 145 million. 145. Do we have a bid? Do we have any counter bids? Nupsam raises 150 million, 155. Mehdi raises 155 million. 160. Noobsam raises 160. 160 million. 165. Mehdi raises 165. Well, guys, let's hit 180. Come on. Let's get that out of the way. 180. 180. 175. Mehdi with 175. Noobsam 180. Noobsam with 180. 180 million going once. 180 million going twice. And that is sold. Arun joins Noobsam team for 180 million.
ഇവനെ കിട്ടുവാണെങ്കിൽ കൊള്ളാം. അവനോട് ഞാൻ ചോദിക്കുകയാണ് അവൻ അവൈലബിൾ ആണോ അല്ലയോ എന്ന്. അതനുസരിച്ച് വേണം. ഫിഫ കിട്ടി. എന്ത് ടൂർണമെന്റ്? ഫിഫ ഓപ്ഷൻ.
The next player we have is
Last 3 players.
Blade Breaker. Blade Breaker has played with Travancore last season, and you can play in camp striker, left wing, and right wing. Tier 3 starts at 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Do we have any opening bids? 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? 40 million. Doesn't look like it. And Blade Breaker goes unsold. The next player we have is Extinct. I guess some people in the chat have been really waiting for Extinct. Excuse me. Extinct, of course, I guess needs no introduction, but starts at tier 3, is available through the whole tournament. Tier 3, which is of course 40 million. Do we have any opening bids? Jojo opens the bid at 40 million. 40 million. 40 million. Do we have any counter bid? Do we have a raise? Do we have a raise? Jojo is the only bidder right now. Exing for 40 million. 40 million. Jojo, do we have a raise? Extend 40 million going once, 40 million going twice, and that is sold. Xing joins Jojo's team for 40 million. Well, I think that is surprising. Well, I guess not that surprising so late into the thing, but anyway.
Right. Last
The
player
next
for set 3.
The next player is Toxic. Toxic is, as he says, he's a calm, composed left winger, mainly focused on cutbacks and assists. He is available through the whole tournament, but he's tier 4 and his bid starts at 10 million. 10 million. Jojo with a bid for 12 million. 12 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a raise? 14 million. Jams raises 14 million. 14 million. Dhanush raises 16. 16 million. 16 million. Do we have a counter bid? Do we have a counter bid? 20 million. Jams raises 20 million. 20 million. Do we have a counter? Do we have a counter? Do we have a raise? 20 million. Jams currently 20 million. 20 million going once. 20 million going twice. And that is sold. Toxic TTV joins Jams or Choco 11 for 20 million. And I think that is the end of the official list that we have, right, Adi?
Right. That is the end of set 3.
Right, and before, do you want to go through the teams or should we just move on to the unsold players?
Yeah, we can go through the teams if we have enough time. It's already 1 o'clock. What do the managers say? Also, Team SAFA, I would like some confirmation from you on the minimum category of 13 players to be met. Was it by the end of set 3 or at the end of unsold players?
So it's at the end of unsold players.
Okay.
Okay. Should we go to the teams? Is that okay with the managers, or would you like to move on to the unsold player?
What will
Let's
happen
move
if
on to
all unsold are sold and still you don't get 13?
then you have to release your most expensive
No, no,
player.
no. If all unsold player are sold now and still you have to get one more.
No, every team will get 13 players if all unsold players are sold.
So when will we get this
I don't
amount?
think so. 3, 4,
Yeah, we won't get.
3, 6, 7, 7, then 9, 11, 12, 14. 14 and 8 are 22, and there are only 15 unsold, if I'm correct.
What did you calculate right now, Cappy?
There are 22 slots still to fill, but 15 unsold players.
Yeah, you can ignore the very last slot. That is for the 14th player.
But people are playing with
Yes.
14 player, right?
Some teams will have 13 players, some teams will have 14 players, but you will meet the minimum criteria. You have to meet it.
Okay.
And
You
one
need
more doubt.
13 players at a minimum.
One more doubt. Are the unsold players getting the tier one down? Because I don't know what was the category that was tiers decided, because there were new players who did not play last season or any season at all, and they are still tier 3 and already they are 40 million. How was that calculated? Will it go down like to tier 4?
It's just not on the basis of last season, it's on the basis of all the seasons in
No,
SAFA.
they are saying they have not played at all. They are new to this and all those things. And still tier 3, where or like I don't know. I am just asking.
Yeah.
Will the
I
unsold players
think
I'm
I
become
not
tier
think we
3
sure
or
can
not?
about
start all the unsold players at the lowest tier value
Yeah, right.
because again they are unsold,
yes.
right? If they surpass their tier value, then it's good for them, right? But let's start with tier
Yeah,
4. That's the best thing.
Yeah, that will be
yeah.
great.
So all the unsold players will be at lowest value, which is 10 million starting bid.
Thank you.
Okay, Adi, is that set up? Can we have the first player from the unsold?
No, we'll need a break of 2 minutes before we can do that.
Okay, we'll just do you guys want to put this on pause? Just take a quick 2-minute breather. Right. In the meantime, I can go through the teams. Just for everyone to note down for the managers.
എനിക്ക് ഇനി ഒരു പ്ലെയറും കൂടെ മതി മേടിക്കാൻ. One more player, guys. One more player. എല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞു ഗൈസ്. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ജോയിനിങ്. ഓപ്ഷൻ നീണ്ട ഓപ്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ ടീം സെറ്റായി. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി കളി കാണുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും. താങ്ക് യു, ബൈ ബൈ.